Oof. Hello. Ah, fuck. Ah, we got so nerfed. God damn it. So what in the Sunder are we gonna play as? Yeah. We might actually need to play as Druid or Warrior or, God forbid, Ranger. My God. Man, they really fucked me hard. Hey, Ditto. Hello. Hope you're doing well. You got hot glue and super glue on your hand. What? Get it off right now. Wish there were better, easier glue to use. Damn. Said egg. Okay. Well, 1 hour ago, Ziggity has launched a new video for the Druid for Act 2, so we're going to be watching that. Yes. How? It's glue. It's stuck there. Oof. Said egg. Alright. Let's watch this video. Hopefully it has some good insights on Druid. Here we go. Wait a minute. Hold it a second. Fuck. We gotta do this.
G'day folks, Ziggity here, back with part 2 of my Druid hands-on preview. Thanks again to GGG for flying me over to the studio, and keep in mind that this footage is a week old and non-final. Things can and have changed. If you didn't see the previous video part 1, then check that out for context, as this video builds upon that one.
It sounds like a skill issue. Ooh, it's kind of not wrong at the same time. Holy.
Now, just a note on my overall power level, as that was a topic of discussion a fair bit in the first video. To help you gauge kind of where I'm at, it's a little bit tricky because baseline, I think my gear overall was pretty solid, quite good in Act 1, and then pretty reasonable to good for what I think will be the case with the Vile Temples that everyone's going to have access to, in addition to Abyss Crafting and the other various improvements that have been made there. Like,
it is also equipment issue? Damn. Well. It is what it is.
I think our gear's looking pretty good, but I didn't have anything super crazy in Act 2 and 3. But I was able to fix bad slots when needed for the most part. The biggest gap was spellcaster weapons affecting spell power level, so they were all a little bit more underpowered than they probably should be to look at. Also, due to skipping through some of the larger zones and missing a side quest or two, I ended up a bit underleveled and underpassived. And because I'm trying to test as many different setups as possible, my gem levels and supports are all a little bit bad for a long time. I'm quite a few levels behind on some skills and don't have supports kind of filled out for nearly everything. So probably a bit better than average gear, but a bit worse than average passives and gems. Anyway, make of that what you will. As I move into Act 2, I get a chance to cut my first level 5 gem, and this tier gives access to some pretty key skills for a few of the Druid playstyles. You've got Thunderstorm with synergies for Plant, Light.
Interesting. Cheapo hot glue gun that have no temp adjustments or on-off switch, plus cheapo glue that melts too quickly and drip everywhere. Ooh. Able to use something like a toothpick to apply the glue. Not sure how big the item is you're using it on, but it can be helpful if small items. That's what I do when using craft glue on miniatures. That, or you can also use a Q-tip if it's bigger than like toothpick levels. Q-tips are not bad either. Get a good spread.
Lightning and cold damage builds, more on those later. Devour for much easier charge generation on the Wyvern, pretty key piece for those builds. And Arctic Howl for freeze werewolves. And then Fury of the Mountain for the bear form, which is what I take first. And this one is excellent. This is a slam skill that creates fissures. You can have up to 12 of them out at a time, and it generates rage on hit. This skill immediately replaced Maul as the basic attack for Bear for me, since it does the same role of Rage generation, and Fury of the Mountain does a whole lot more in addition to that too.
Wow. Wait.
Rage on hit. This skill immediately replaced Maul as the basic attack for Bear for me, since it does the same role of Rage generation, and Fury of the Mountain does a whole lot more in addition to that too.
Tiny. So I just wait for the drip and I scoop it from there. Stringy everywhere though. Damn. If using Q-tip, just remove cotton tip first or make a mess. That is kind of true too. Maybe it would be best to use a small item like a toothpick to apply with. Yeah. Holy shit. Wait, was that?
Since it does the same role of Rage generation, and Fury of the Mountain does a whole lot
Okay, so he already has 26.
more in addition to that too.
So he spent rage. He just spent rage and it's already back at 28? What the hell? Wow. What? So he spent 10 rage. And as he was dodging away, he already got back his rage. Wow. Maybe try using craft glue instead. Hot glue can be very messy. Most craft glue dry too slowly. Maybe all-purpose PVA could work, but it still takes too long to dry. Okay. Can you help me understand rage better? So rage in PoE 2 is simply each point of rage gives you 1% more attack damage. You know current build uses it on PoE 1, but you don't fully get it. Yeah. So specifically in PoE 2, rage is a spending resource, but it's also a buff. So each point of rage you get one attack damage more. And there's a big difference between more and increased. More actually means, like, if it's, let's say you have max 30 rage. If you have more, you have 30% more damage, which means you actually have 30% more damage instead of increased. Increased is different in PoE wording. So more is always a way more desirable. So rage is kind of insane, especially for druid. And being able to generate this much rage that quickly is crazy good. But all in all, in PoE 2, rage will just be a resource that you spend and generate. And it seems to be really easy to generate in this game. Like crazy easy. So 30% more damage, almost at all times. As for PoE 1, I think rage is the same, but if you're a berserker, which you are in PoE 1, babe, berserker changes rage to do more than just more damage. I think it does, like, it raises the effect of rage and then it gets something else. Okay, no, I guess it is the same. Rage in PoE 1 is the same. Just 1% more attack damage for each point of rage. But the rage from your ascendancy also gives attack speed, which is massive. You know that you're spec'd into a lot of rage stuff on PoE 1. Yeah, so in PoE 1, since you're a berserker and you have a specific ascendancy, it raises the effect of rage, but it'll also give you attack speed for each rage that you have, instead of just more damage for the rage. So you'll have more damage and attack speed for your ascendancy, which is massive. You hate super glue. It gets everywhere. And it's basically one use, because the nozzle clogged every time you went for an open bottle. What the hell? Hey babe, can you show Titojan the craft glue you use? It should be on small yarn cabinet in living room. Okay. Yarn cabinet in the living room. Alright, is this it, babe? This is what Jamie is using. This is the one. What's it called? It's called Beacon Advanced Craft Glue. 3 in 1. Too small, can't read. Let me also type it out for you. Maybe take a pic for Discord. That's true. I could do that too. Let me. I'll post it in Discord just in case. Okay. But it is called Beacon. Advanced Craft Glue. 3 in 1. That should be it. Alright, let's get back to the video.
As a Fisher skill, Shockwave Totem can trigger bonus pulses, so that's a lot of extra damage for you. And there's even better news here. The pulses can also generate rage on each hit in bonus pulses, so that's a lot of extra damage for you. And there's even better news here.
Did he hover over anything? Anything else?
Can also generate rage.
Try to touch in an hour? That's too long for my use? What are you doing? I guess you're just gonna have to get messy. Does he hover over anything else in here? Ah, he like hover. Oh. Ooh. Wow. Holy shit. Crit damage bonus, damage, area damage. Holy shit. You get generic damage and area damage and crit damage bonus for this notable? God damn. The starting area looks fucking cracked. Chase fucking died. He used his power. You don't want to play. That's what you're doing? A fox string of hearts.
Yeah, the pulses can also generate rage on each hit in addition to that initial slam. So the totem fishes just keep pulsing and they keep your rage topped up while you spend it slamming away. It's really nutty. So crazy, in fact, that I thought it probably wasn't intended and was a bug. So I asked the developers and they're like, oh, we'll take a look at that. But then I asked Mark in the Q&A, he said, you know, it actually should work that way because that's fun and cool.
Based Mark. Oh my god. I don't want to talk shit about Jonathan, but he probably would have been like, that's too OP. Fix that right now. You put a pick in Discord? Ooh. Oh. Wow, that's gonna be really fucking fine work then. Holy shit. God damn. Damn. I see. Toad needs to dry as fast as possible. Well, I guess you're just gonna have to get messy with it. Would it be easier to punch small holes in the hearts and slide them onto the string? Oh, that's not a bad idea either.
And true to their word, I double checked and that seems to be the plan. So it's a really sick rage generator skill there. That passive ongoing rage generation is super nice for bear form, routing that out a lot. And on top of that, for Fury of the Mountains,
It would be, but it wouldn't be as pretty. True as well.
since it's a slam skill, each of the initial hits can trigger volcano projectiles, so you can toss down your volcano projectiles and slam those out. As a bit of a side note that's kind of related to this, in the updated patch notes, they just posted that the rage decay rate was halved and the time before it begins increased from 2 to 4 seconds. So it's now much easier to keep rage up between packs as well. So all around rage and bear form is looking really comfy to play. There's so many lines of combo interactions going on here with like the bear form kind of approach. You've got Volcano being triggered by Fury of the Mountain and Furious Slam. Then you've got Shockwave Totems triggering the Fissures from Fury of the Mountain and the Jagged Ground that you create with Empowered Furious Slams.
Bruh.
And it's all fueled by the continuous rage generation going on from the totems triggering the Fissures on enemies, powering those Furious Slams. So it's kind of looping. There's a lot of feedback loops of damage going on here. Makes for a pretty satisfying bossing. And it's actually like pretty straightforward to play as well. You don't really have to think about all of those like complex lines of play. You just kind of do all the things on top of each other. It works great. So I didn't actually play this setup for too long because I was a bit unsure if Fury of the Mountain was working as intended. So I don't think I did it full justice gameplay wise. But basically you can drop a volcano or two with the extra charge and a totem, then Fury of the Mountain, a couple fissures out.
Ooh, let's see how fast he deletes this boss.
Pounce in via wolf form, and then Furious Slam repeatedly until everything is dead or you repeat that cycle. At higher levels, I think you'll be able to work in Ferocious Roar with Infernal Cry. It should be a great addition for some extra fire damage, and Rampage could also be lots of fun to use instead of or before the slams, maybe, to trigger the fishes.
Oh no, did he die?
Anyway, I'm sure many of you at this point are sold on Bear. I know I am. So let's take a look at some of the other things.
God. That's a lot of fucking damage. Oh, hey Beyond. Hello. You got so frustrated at one point, you considered sticking it on flat instead of perpendicular. Damn. Sadek. Just gotta stick with it. No pain, no gain.
Arctic Howl is a Cold War Cry-like skill for werewolf form that deals some cold damage in an area and knocks them back. Mainly though, this one insta-freezes any enemies that are primed for freeze, which is, I believe, anything over 70% freeze build-up on bosses and lower for other enemies. Upon freezing enemies or hitting an already frozen enemy, Arctic Cry gives your allies bonus cold damage and chilled ground generation, and it empowers some of your own attacks with added cold damage. So the fact that it works on already frozen enemies is really key to it not being awkward to use. I mean, it's great when it lets you freeze enemies earlier, especially bosses, but in most cases, regular enemies are just frozen from one Lunar Assault anyway, right? You're doing so much damage proportional to the health, and we have so much freeze build-up scaling that everything's frozen and you don't really get it. You kind of miss your opportunity if it was like that. So there's like a support element to this skill that'll be pretty interesting for party play, or of course minion builds like Wolfpack builds. But I should note that in the version of the game that I was playing at this point, the Wolf Minion parts of the Druid were still being finalized, so it's not something I could really gauge. An issue of this particular Lunar Assault and Shred style with Arctic Howler that I noticed is that any empowers often end up just getting used by a quick shred attack, which is pretty low impact for an empower. Empower typically makes more sense for big, heavy hits like slams, where the limited nature of those empowerments fits better, right? And that's somewhat at odds with the Wolf, which is pretty fast and lots of really fast little hits. It's possible that it can be used to empower maybe like a pure Lunar Assault setup more for clearing, I imagine, with Herald of Ice at endgame. So I'm sure we'll figure out a place for it. I'm also wondering if it like has potential as a piece in some sort of mixed melee builds, like, I don't know, Wolf Monks or something. Despite Empower not adding much for my playstyle, I still ended up using this skill as a way to freeze bosses early, and I also linked it to Ice Bite as a way to generate the Ice Bite damage buff. So that was nice, but definitely lower impact than some of the other skills that we got for the Wolf form. Early in Act 2, I had my next entrance to the Val Temple, and things started getting more interesting with more options for rooms and actual room upgrading occurring. For example, linking the workshop to the bronze workers, which I was able to place to create 4 tier 2 rooms. I think ways to upgrade guardhouses are also possible at this level, as I recall seeing those a little bit later on. So this is still very simple, early intro tutorial level sort of stuff here, before you unlock the time travel version of the temple later on, but with further improved crafting and loot rooms now at this point, so it's a bit more impactful on your gear upgrading. The special rare monsters in some of the rooms were pretty spicy as well, but the Icicle Shred Wolf action seemed to be getting more and more effective as I progressed, and I didn't have too many difficulties.
I need more time for that.
He's doing Z-dips. Oh no. Never mind.
And indeed, after my little temple foray to upgrade my gear, I peaced out and went right into the Rudia fight, where we get to see the power of freeze scaling this setup has access to here.
I'm not ready yet.
Wow.
I think she got to do like one flamethrower attack in between long freezes, which are starting to get scaled by some freeze duration buffs at this point from the tree and supports. She didn't even get a chance to do her final melee form. Ooh.
Wow.
So after that, I got to try out Thunderstorm. This is a spell that has a lot of different applications. It strikes an area with lightning bolts over a long duration, so it's just another sustained damage thing you can throw in. But it's a combo piece for quite a few setups because the Rainstorm, like, also creates, well, rain. It moistens things. The rain drenches enemies. I feel like this is a meme skill at this point, so PoE. Making them have, it makes them have substantial buffs to the chance to be shocked and their freeze build up on the enemies that are drenched. That rain also waters your plants. It's so silly. We'll take a look at that one later, but for now, it...
Even Ziggy is like... oh. It's a meme. Ooh. This is my final stand. God damn.
It's pretty effective as a booster akin to, say, Volcano for Ice Wolf. You just throw it down for some extra damage. I used the extra charge to be able to get 2 of them out from the support. Overabundance, and that was a noticeable amount of extra sustained damage. And then on top of that, it would moisten the enemies, making them even easier to freeze. Not that I really needed that at this point. Pretty nice on bosses and rares, and it gave me a bit of boosted kind of area denial management since I didn't get to try Herald of Ice in my testing with this playstyle, so I was lacking a little bit of that AoE clear, which this helped make up for. It was pretty satisfying pinning the Jin in a corner. She's usually quite the pest, this boss, teleporting around and everything. And the ice shards stack and explode right under her when it gets against a wall like this as well. You can get that nice shotgunning going on. It's pretty awesome, even though I actually kind of screwed up the combo by backing off when she was frozen to do some other spells. I should have kept just shredding away. Anywho, I grabbed Devour next and just give it a brief test. This skill allows you to leap onto a colorable enemy or corpses and eat their bloody faces. Eating faces gives you a flat regen buff to heal up and generates power charges for you as well. This skill represents a pretty big turnaround for the power charge issue for Lightning Wyvern. It makes it really easy to sustain empowered lightning form while clearing. It's not like killing Palmon Monk, I think, since the fact that you can use it on corpses means that you can basically use it when you want. You're not trying to like time that very narrow window of trying to get some cullable enemy to cull. I was surprised by how good Devourer felt overall to use. I think skills like this are normally very clunky, but they've made this like as forgiving and as strong as they dared to, I suspect. The issue is, of course, that in boss fights, you just don't have anything to cull unless they have some ads or corpses nearby. It seems that most boss fights don't really have a plentiful supply of that in PoE 2 currently. So you do have that issue of not having access to Devourer during the entirety of boss fights, meaning you still rely on that kind of like stun build-up Wing Blast. And that makes Power Charged Lightning Wyvern a bit of a tough nut to crack for bossing at this point in the campaign still. Like maybe there exists some nice solutions with supports and things later on, but it only really works well for clearing at this point. Of course, Magma, Orb, and Volcano combo exist as a fairly potent fallback for many bosses, as long as they're not like too small and mobile. And Thunderstorm, as an extra addition, now gives you a shock boost and some extra sustain damage that you can weave in.
And leave you to the sand! I shall dethrone you, Sekima, and leave you to the sand!
So sending in Sekimas was up next, and I think any of the strategies can work here. Even Wyvern, so duration, spell spam, you just go slow and safe, that should work just fine. Bear form with Fury of the Mountain Fishers and Totems for just like really easy ranged melee should be...
We can definitely see the slight fall off of damage in higher acts. Like he's not shredding through stuff like in Act 1. Rares are taking a bit longer to kill. Uh-oh.
Super safe. And then even Wyvern with Volcano, Storm, and Magma at range should just be like a nice, easy range spellcaster approach if you want to go that route. I end up going for possibly the hardest Wolf form, as it's kind of proper melee. But that said, it's decently powerful and it goes just kind of fine with a bit of hit and run and taking advantage of freeze. But I have practiced a lot of Sekima's runs, so that does help. I suggest maybe going for one of the other routes or just getting a little bit overpowered and doing some hit and run freeze action if you're going wolf form in Sekima's.
Look out for this land!
I need more time for that! So much heft, and still you fall like the rest.
So, as for ascending, Oracle felt like a bit of a rabbit hole that I didn't want to dive into in my somewhat limited time. So I ended up going for the a bit more straightforward and fun-looking Shaman. Interestingly, the node that I actually took got changed as I was playing. So that's what happens when you're playing on the live dev version of the game in the end. No point showing you the earlier version, but the
Enemies in your presence have exposure. Gain 10% of damage as extra damage of a random element.
newer version gave enemies in my presence exposure and 10% extra damage as random element, which is fun and fits with the node that I get later on too. Funnily, it took me way too long to figure out how I was giving enemies exposure, because this just happened in the background. It was a different node when I picked it, right? It didn't have that mechanic at all. I was very confused until I eventually just randomly looked at my sentency and was like, huh, that looks different. So, with some bonus elemental damage online, I head back into Act 2 with my beloved wolf form to test out the new cross slash skill that I picked up at some point. This executes a short hopback with a massive X-shaped slash. It's a pretty important skill for many wolf builds for two main reasons. It triggers any marks on the target, which in the case of Predator's mark from Pounce means that you can summon wolves on demand. I imagine that also means that you can explode freezing or voltaic marks with it too, if you want to get some extra damage from that. And on top of that, when triggering marks this way, Cross Slash causes an extra shockwave of damage too. And then for the Ice Werewolf builds, Cross Slash is very powerful, as it scoops up any of those ice fragments in the area and dumps them all in the middle of that X. That means that you go from sometimes hitting bosses or rares with half or so of the icicles to being able to hit them with every single icicle every time if you time it right. That's a big burst damage boost to the build. So this unlocks like a new play strategy now. It looks a little something like Pounce in, marking the enemy, Lunar Assault, and maybe an Arctic Howl to freeze them. Then go for a full Shred combo and Cross Slash to dump all of the icicles from that Shred combo on them, and then start shredding again while those explode until the enemies unfreeze. Then when it's unfrozen or you finish your next combo, hit another Cross Slash for good measure to just scoop up all the rest of those little icicle shards. With a bit of
let's see how much
attack speed
damage
scaling,
this
it seems like
is.
you definitely get time for like 2 full Shred combos during the course of a lot of freezes, especially if you start scaling freeze duration as well.
Wow. Wow, that's very strong.
I'm not ready yet! Your leash is snapped. Let's finish this.
The hopback part of the Cross Slash could have felt annoying. There's been cases where this has been, you know, the case for other skills, especially when trying to do like single target damage. You don't really want to be like going away from the enemy you're trying to damage. But in this case, didn't feel like an issue, thanks to Shred having that built-in mini leap to the target on the first attack. That made it feel really smooth and satisfying, and only like kind of added to that already crazy mobility feeling of the werewolf form. You're leaping in and out really smoothly. They really, I think, captured the frenzied feeling of what I want from a werewolf. Something about the way like you pounce in and then tear away with your hands is very satisfying. It often makes it feel like, oh man, I'm just like dismantling these bosses. I'm pulling them apart limb by limb. It's good. It plays into the fantasy. Even though like I wasn't initially on board with the ice form of this. Like I feel like I'm surprised it wasn't kind of like a more physical blood oriented setup, but I guess they have a more of an overall elemental theme for the druid, and the ice wolf is, yeah, it's a bit more unique, I suppose. I'm on board at this point. So in Keth, I found a support gem and put AoE on Cross Slash.
What did he do? Check the passives. Hello. Personal touch, attack damage, immobilization buildup.
So in Keth, I found a support gem and put AoE on Cross.
Increase damage with hits against hindered enemies. May need to buy some hay tonight. She's supposed to be bringing the barrel tomorrow. Oh. Oh, wait. She actually is... Your coworker's already bringing something for the kitties? Wow. Well, that's kind of nice.
Slash, which is probably unnecessary, but it was satisfying. Let's make that thing even bigger. It's already like huge. I could see some nice screen-sized X marks the spots on bosses being pretty funny. And I had a pretty interesting encounter here too. So the first unique boss that I saw on a Vile Sacrifice platform kind of caught me off guard a little bit. Unfortunately for them, I instantly froze them and was about to finish them off before they even had a chance to do anything. But I decided to hold back and just give them a chance. I wanted to see what the boss did.
Yeah, tomorrow. So you just need to get some hay for her. Okay. That would be nice. Damn. Props to that coworker. That is nice.
Shortly after that, in this fun tomb encounter, I was really sad that I didn't choose Herald of Ice earlier. Oh man, that's going to be so satisfying there. Well, it launches soon. I can try that again, perhaps.
Oh my god, all those shatters. Ooh, that's so nice.
And finally for Keth, finding new and fun ways to torment the sad fire baby boss is a personal hobby of mine. I don't know if you've heard of this genre of activity, but I'm pleased to report that Wolfform has a pretty fresh take in this regard.
Oh my god, the damage. What the fuck?
When he finally summoned the will to bring up his health bar, he, only to get frozen and then killed. Oh. So as we head into...
Wow, that's some damage. Yeah, because I was telling you how cold it's supposed to be this weekend, so we need to get everything ready before, just in case. Okay. That is good.
The Titan Valley, you get to see some of the now core Abyss mechanic having a presence in the campaign. And I did actually get quite a few crafting items from Abyss during Acts 2 and 3, which that surprised me because Val Temple is giving out a ton of crafting power, and it feels like we didn't really even lose Abyss in this regard. I expected that Abyss would just be like non-existent till endgame, but it's there and you actually get to use it. I used it a few times. I was maybe getting a bit overconfident at this point because I suffered a classic for me giant skelly squish death. I swear it's like one of my most common deaths in PoE 2 is just getting these guys falling on me. The Titan Grotto boss points out a minor nuisance in freeze builds like this. Some larger bosses in PoE 2 have a mechanic where they cannot be frozen or like stopped during certain attack sequences or time frames. That can mean that you basically don't get to freeze them if you're killing them fast enough, which is kind of a bummer. I get that there's a few reasons to have a mechanic like this, but I think that maybe you could use some fine tuning, or maybe like a change like allowing the freeze to function, but the enemy's still able to move while frozen if they're like a giant Titan enemy like this. They just, you know, get slowed. I think designs like that are great because then you don't get locked out of your actual build's mechanics. You can still have your like on freeze mechanic of like firing icicles at the boss.
True.
Anyway, it's not like the fight was difficult or anything. It's just kind of like a bummer that he spends, you know, a full minute on 99% freeze. I ended up getting another Val Temple in the latter half of Act 2 with more room upgrading and plenty of crafting benches to socket quality and add mods to my gear. And this nicely combines with the Abyss crafts that I had access to now as well to round out some key gear pieces, you know, upgrading a chest or fixing up a weapon, for example. I actually managed to get the next Spirit Gem tier here, and I was definitely tempted to take her advice, but I wanted to check out some of the new stuff. There's two new options here. So Wolfpack, it does exactly what you think. It summons a Wolfpack. Apparently you can also get a crazy number of wolves with this plus Pounce at endgame. I don't want to say like specific numbers that the dev said to me because I can't remember what the actual number was, but it was higher than I expected based on the numbers that you see here, which I think like I can have 4 and 5 right now, so 9. But I guess if you think you can have 9 now and then assume what you could have by endgame, well, yeah, you can maybe get the idea. Anyway, I don't know the potential of the...
When hit by an enemy, gain armor equal to 32% of energy shield lost. Ooh. Really? Is that even good? Huh. Yawns. Checks clock. 7 p.m. Good morning. Hey, Pez. All up. %32% of energy shield lost. I assume this scales up better. Also, is this flat armor? And can that be scaled?
Minion Druid side of things. They're trying to put every single build in Druid, so I'm sure some of them will probably not be fully well-rounded, but I don't know, maybe there's some Wolfpack potential there. Anyway, I opted for the other choice, the defensive Spirit Skill Bark Skin. This grants you a flat armor bonus for a duration based on damage taken on hit to your energy shield. With good energy shield recovery and armor plus duration scaling, for example, I think you can probably stack some pretty substantial armor from this. I'm actually kind of shocked that it doesn't have like a hard limit. I'm used to skills like this having or needing hard limits because inevitably some player gets infinite armor from it or something. But I guess in this case,
Oh shit! Wait. Well, what if you can do a self damage with Barkskin and essentially get infinite armor? Because if you can self damage and recover energy shield. Did you read the recent change log on patch notes? The one where they nerfed the build that I was gonna cook up before it even cooked. It died raw. I had the idea of scaling AoE. And they're like, stop. Stop right there. There's other things in it as well. Oh my fucking god. We'll read it after this. And then we'll cry a bit. And then look for a build.
since it's duration based and it requires enemy hits, like I don't think you could self-hit yourself with
Oh, you can't self-hit yourself? Damn it.
just anything. It's probably, that makes it a bit more reasonable. Anyway, I really like this skill. It's actually kind of messed around with a little bit for building my character, even though I was just in the campaign, I didn't really need it. I took the Zealot's Oath keystone to convert life regeneration to energy shield regen when my life was full, and that keeps it present in combat much better than recharge, and that enables Barkskin to do a whole lot more, I think. It's not really like a flashy skill, but I don't know, I really like this one. It seems fun to build around hybrid life ES, regen, and stacking defensive buffs that like spike the more danger, and I like that style mechanic. It's neat. And with Druid having like a lot of access to elemental damage taken to armor, I can anticipate, you know, this having a bit more of an impact as well. Anyway, alongside Cross Slash, Ferocious Roar, and Spell Totem are the other level 7 gems. Spell Totem lets you link a spell to be kind of autocast by the totem, but in PoE 2 it costs 3 charges. That sounds kind of annoying, but at least for bear form it's super easy to have 3 endurance charges passively and quickly even by just...
You know what's sad? Like he's not even transforming, he's just using druid spells and shit. Watering his plants, and he's doing more damage than Essence Drain and Contagion. This is... God damn it.
Bending Rage, so it's probably pretty easy to use it there for some like decent utility spell options, but it's not something I've really given any thought at this point. It seems supplemental for sure. Ferocious Roar looks pretty good. It's a bear form Warcry skill that lets you gain more rage and break some armor in its default form, but the real use case is probably that you can link normal human Warcries like Infernal Cry.
Oh, cool. Okay, we don't care about that.
Into it to trigger those instead. That lets you use Infernal Cry in bear form, whereas otherwise you'd swap to human form to do it. And that will, you know, pair nicely with the Fire Fisher Volcano playstyles. For whatever reason, I can't really recall, I didn't end up getting a chance to test either of these. Probably because they need like other skills to make much use of them, or I forgot one of those. Anyway, end of Act 2 is often a huge difficulty spike for many builds, and weirdly I was getting a little bit underleveled through Act 2 and 3, and also feeling like the cost of my erratic gem cutting choices as I try to test anything and everything. So, despite that, I managed pretty fine, with the sustain spells helping in those sketchier choke points, and freeze taking care of everything else. And then with Jamin Ra himself, I was actually pretty dang impressed. I managed 3 freezes in second form, and while my damage had fallen off a bit at this point, it was pretty damn smooth fight. He didn't give me much grief.
Was there anything cool in this? You can't be asked to watch it all. He showed some passive tree stuff, which is very strong. So a lot of the notables. Well, not a lot, but whatever notables that he did hover over like very briefly. Bear seems to be OP still. Druid talisman transformations just seem very fucking strong. It's pretty good. They killed Incinerate. So LA login. Damn. Hey, Willefree. Yeah, Incinerate did get pretty fucking hard tapped. Does that still kill the build though? Is Incinerate like dead or? Oh, that was weird. He got cock-blocked by the boss totem right here, or whatever that thing is, or the lightning wall.
You will be forgotten.
I need more time for that.
Heading into Act 3, I spent a bit more time on Wolf Form. I can't help myself, it's so much fun. It's fast to run through zones. First though, something pretty unexpected awaited
Did you
me
see
on the
this?
Vaal Sacrifice altar.
Oh. Another quadrilla. Ooh. Ooh. What the fuck? That's pretty cool. God damn. Oh.
What the heck, GGG? That was pretty cheeky, putting another death monkey in this act just here randomly. Anyway, it's time for that
Another
build
one.
change up. Apologies in advance, but I do not get time to return to bear form. But you know it's good, right? I think you've seen enough to say that. I do have something else for you, though. The moment that some of you have been desperately waiting for. It's officially time to water my plants.
Oh shit!
Gem level 9 gives Thrashing
He's watering his
Vines. It's a plant
plants.
spell that summons large vines that slap the ground and enemies too. With that, plus Entangle and the Thunderstorm spell, we have everything we need to water our plants. The accelerated growth support seems pretty key here. That's a good one to incorporate into this. It lets you trigger exploding flowers whenever you overgrow your plants. Oh, it's so good. So each plant spell here has a mechanic where it will overgrow in some way if watered by thunderstorms.
That's pinning them
I can't get over
too.
how silly your plant druid is. Anyway, for Entangle, it makes the fishes last longer. And for Thrashing Vines, it makes them 50% larger and do 50% more damage. So really chunky for that. But Entangle's not really doing much. Just making them last longer is not really a big deal by itself. It's not something you would do if you weren't just kind of doing it for other reasons anyway. But that accelerated growth gem adds explosions. So that makes it absolutely worth it. I'm pretty sure you can also do the same thing on Briar
That's
Patch
not bad
too, though I'm not
damage,
sure I
weirdly
ended up
enough.
testing that. So yeah, I see some accelerated growth on Briar Patch and on Entangle, and then you're scaling up the Thrashing Vines in other ways, most likely. So this is
Tentacle
a duration
build.
sustained damage spellcaster style, and there's plenty of nodes for that in the Druid's area, including an actual plant cluster that has a chance for plants to overgrow immediately, even without Thunderstorm raining on them. So that, with the support from earlier, means you get some exploding flowers when that happens too, so that's a nice little boost. It's mostly physical damage here with the plants, so you could likely walk in the later Tornado spell that's physical as well. And maybe you can even go poison. I know there's plenty of gems pitched in that direction because of the existence of like the other plant stuff on the other side of the tree. I have to mention my favorite upgrade that I messed around with, and that was putting Pin on Entangle. I'm in love with Pin after playing a Tactician. Pin's amazing. And Entangle did an excellent job of rapidly building up Pin too. And I do think Pin or some sort of slow scaling seems like a very good idea here, as you really want to cause enemies to, you know, just get bogged down and stacked up in your 4 overlapped Entangles and 2 giant vine slap fields with briar
Honestly,
patches
that's
and
pretty
double storms on
decent
top.
damage.
You know, that's where all the fun's happening. You want all the mobs to be in there. So pinning them in place is really nice. But you could totally add main and do like slow effectiveness scaling as well. I've done that sort of stuff on grenades before. It's really nice. Now, you may be thinking, looking at the footage here, that DPS looks a bit meh, and you'd be right. But in
It's not
Rainy
that meh.
Druid's defense, I was still using my level 2 fire damage stuff at this point, so I just kind of forgot about it all this time, so I was focused on the other shape-shifting stuff.
Spark looks
Classic
better.
spellcaster builds using Act 1 weapons into endgame, right? But bear with me, though, as I do get myself a physical spell staff kind of soon. It takes me a little while, but I get it eventually. In the meantime, I do grab Oil Barrage for the Wyvern, which exposes and slows enemies, just like Oil Grenade. But we'll come back to this skill a bit later, as it's got a pretty fun empowered inversion.
Bear with me. Oh no, he said it.
So my lower DPS from gear and underleveled gems and missing passives and all that caused me to have a bit of mana issues with this playstyle here. That's not untypical for things like this, and it was made much worse by my questionable choice to use overabundance on everything, doubling the cast that I needed to do on my, lacking DPS. I'm happy to say that this was a problem that solved itself after I got a couple of upgrades, since it was mostly just the fact that I was missing a lot of damage.
Oh, the
ultimately.
mana. No mana. About the mana.
Despite my waning DPS at this point, Zakotal went pretty smoothly, and this playstyle is just pretty comfy overall. Sustained AoE spell styles often are. It's interesting how different it is from the other playstyles I'd messed with on the Druid, though. Like, it's such a varied class.
I'm not ready yet. Have a vow, don't give anything for free, do they?
So I finally managed to get myself that proper staff, getting a Fizz Spell Gems one with some nice Fizz Spell damage too. And I didn't do the math on my crafting choice, so I don't want to hear about it. Don't worry about it. Either way, this thing made a huge difference from my old piece of garbage that I had like 50% fire damage or something on it. And I got it just in time to go through the often aggravating Trial of Chaos, and I'm super happy with how smoothly it went. Slows, pins, range, sustained spell damage, it all worked really nicely for most of the encounters here. And at this point with the upgrade, the damage was enough to move through, even through the escort quests pretty
It's a special Jonathan build. He didn't really take damage at all. Damn. Maybe.
comfortably. I actually had one of the comfiest Nightmare Bird kills too. This thing is an absolute menace so often. I was really happy I didn't have to like rerun it just because like it went perfectly first time. Circle around, dump everything on the giant boss. Perfect.
Not bad, not bad.
So this let me unlock the Bringer of the Apocalypse node, which I test a little bit later on, as I was still testing the Planty Druid on my new stuff. I just got the stuff, let me have a chance with it. I'm still underleveled and missing passives, and this cheeky lady here likes to roll out of my AoEs, so that took a little while, but overall, like, once I got it online, the plant druid, the water my plants druid felt very comfortable and very fun. Enjoy watering your plants at launch garden druids. So next up, I wanted to mess around a bit more with Wyvern and also test Apocalypse, the uber skill from the Shaman. We'll get to Apocalypse in a moment. First, I wanted to return to the Oil Barrage skill. What's normally a utility skill here becomes a pretty hilarious lightning single target barrage when empowered with a power charge. So it spends a power charge if you have one to make the barrage much longer with a bunch of added lightning damage. And if you have 3 charges, you can just like hold the button down for one long mega barrage. With Devour, you can very easily, generate 3 power charges. So I was actually able to use this and the melee lightning form a bit more comfortably here. Indeed, like the combination now of having Devour, Wing Blast, and Oil Barrage made Wyvern feel a bit more well-rounded, but is still definitely the more complicated one to play here. That lightning barrage is just absolutely hilarious. I will not be surprised if we see some sort of like boss barrage deletion endgame build here. I don't know if you can really call it a one-shot when it's a barrage like that, but I expect to see something disgusting with this. That's if, people figure out some easy way to get those first set of power charges at least.
Not bad damage. That's pretty good.
Lost your ruddy mind. Need radiance.
So I didn't get a chance to barrage a boss. Kitsuli died before I could stun them, so, well, good problem to have, I guess. I was surprised just that I was doing okay damage just off the back of, like, basic kind of Wyvern gameplay here, not really doing anything fancy.
That's pretty good.
Such a cool pick.
That's not
And
bad.
finally,
not
let's
bad.
take a look at Apocalypse now. I didn't really have any supports.
Is the Meteor's Apocalypse skill? I wonder. Because it is a trigger, isn't it? Wait.
For this skill, so this is just pure vanilla Apocalypse, but it's pretty strong right away, and it seems usable pretty often too. Apocalypse is a glory skill, with glory for this being gained by hitting enemies with elemental damage, so obviously you're just doing that constantly, especially with like the sustained spells, just constantly ticking that up at max rate. So it's easy enough with the added random elemental damage on the node that you get before it as well, so it's going to happen regardless of your build. Using the skill causes a long duration where you passively rain down meteors, hailstorms, and lightning crashes randomly around you. It's duration based as well, so, you know, there's room to make it last longer too if you want. What can I say? Skills like this are really fun. I expected to struggle a lot on the Viper boss. She's tiny, she's dangerous, she moves around a lot. Doing this on Wyvern, I was like groaning walking up to it, but it was okay. Apocalypse and some range spam from Wyvern form handled it fairly well.
I was
Even
groaning.
If it wasn't super quickly, it went okay. I'm coping. So I had a brief moment to play with Tornado, a physical duration spell I mentioned earlier. It can suck up elemental ground to empower itself. The only problem is that it's surprisingly hard to do that on the Druid's basic skill set, at least. So there's the Oil Barrage, is the only way that I really know of by default, and you can ignite that, but it's a little difficult to do, and it leaves Oil Ground if it's the non-empowered version. So if you have a power charge and you try to put Oil Ground down, it will just use the lightning version instead, so that's kind of funny. So I am sure that there's like some easy spells you can pinch from the elemental tree, or like support gem combos or something to generate.
What if you build Giga AoE on a tornado and just... Because the tornado doesn't seem to move, you just put it down. Kind of like a turret, but... Just make it fat as fuck so it just covers the entire screen and leave it there.
Ground to empower the tornado. And in the end, it's a fizz spell that you can couple in with the plant, Rainy
It was moving in the trailers though. That's so weird because when he's casting it, it doesn't move at all.
Druids, you know, tornadoes are something you can add into your storms, I suppose, for a bit of extra sustained area damage there. And you can also work it into your elemental builds with that ground empowerment. It's another sustained spell you can
Maybe
throw down
support
before
gem?
shapeshifting
Yeah,
too.
maybe.
You've got a lot of them at this point. Sadly, that is all I managed to do in my brief visit to the Grinding Gear Games studio this time. It's probably for the best though, as I do need to rest and look after my family. Thanks for all the well wishes as well. I was really stoked to see how much you all enjoyed part 1, and hopefully you enjoyed part 2 as well. I'm looking forward to seeing you on stream at launch, and maybe for some Druid and Val Temple guides on YouTube and Maxroll too afterwards. Definitely looking forward to playing the Druid myself in a much less rushed fashion this time. Just can't decide whether I wanted to focus on Bear Slams or Ice Wolf, because both are just so tempting. I do think Bear is like a little bit easier and more well-rounded choice, but Wolf is just so fast and fun. Very tough to decide that one. Anyway, that's it for now. I'm Ziggy D, and thanks for watching.
Nature takes what's owed.
Okay, that's pretty good. Nice. Huh. The damage fall off is definitely real, but what he showed, but he was trying like all the other fucking supports and stuff, so kind of par the course. Not bad. Booba. Okay. Let us read the patch notos. updated pain and suffering. Okay, so get some music. What the hell? All right. Not reading it all day. What the hell? Okay, player changes. Totem placement speed now also scales the speed at which totems emerge. Sure, that's not bad. Curse area passive skills on the passive tree have been halved. Halved. God. The 7 totem players are pogging right now. Hell yeah. I mean, that's a buff. Kind of. Increased curse magnitude. Oh. On Lich and Abyssal Lich, not. Oh, no. Previously 25. No! My build. Added the missing chaos tag to extraction support. Second wind no longer supports meta skills. Restore 1% of maximum life on use per 1 second cooldown of supported skills. Previously 2. All curses and inevitable agony now have lowered radius scaling. Level 20 plus, increasing by 0.1 meters every 3 levels. Previously, every gem. The impending doom is no longer impending. It happened with the patch notes. No. Ugh. It's so bad. Wait. So... wait. Which... Okay, so... let's see. God. Cope on Oracle nodes, maybe. Do they have increased AoE? Well, there's not much AoE anywhere. Fuck. Except for this. I guess we'd have to take this now. Reduced area of effect? Fuck, bruv. Who the fuck knows? Alright, so... So we would have to do spell. Yeah, spell cascade. Maybe they added new stuff on crafting will make it insane. We don't know. The thing is, we also don't know if the Dowagery undoing is like fucked. Like we don't know if the scaling off of this is like absolutely dog shit instead. Because it used to be a 200% of intelligence, right? For the flat. But now it's based off of the gem level that you're cursing from. I think I want snacks. Get some snack. So it all, even if it hinges on Doedri's undoing, doing like more damage or something, it's still possible. But this all this nerf to AoE, it makes it so that you can't get triple damage from Spell Cascade. The only thing we're gonna be able to do is get, you know, one hit instead of three. So we're losing 200% damage with these AoE nerfs. You're eating orange. So we would be using Doedri's Undoing. Curse the monsters verbally for increased effect. Ah. So yeah, increased area of effect. And then at this point we're just gonna need more AoE somewhere else. But even with this, oh my. So this right here is the perfect amount of AoE for Spell Cascade to do triple damage. But now that we're losing a fuck ton of AoE, let's see how much are we actually losing. 20%, 30, 40, 50. Minus 50% area of effect of curse skills. Wait. Maybe I need to word that differently. 50 minus 50 50% decreased? No. Because this would just fuck us over hard. No, that doesn't work. Oh, you know what? No, that's fine. Remove the skill. Oh, of curses? It's still too powerful. It fucks way too hard. Maybe it's the same wording as passives. Isn't this flat? 50%. I think you're right. Do you want 50% less? Yeah. 50% less on top of what we're doing right here. $50% less. No. How do we word this? Do I do like minus 20% increased area of effect? Like Beyond said. Let's see. Minus 50% increased. No. Of curses. Never mind. How do I do this? Oh, wait. Less area of effect. 50% less area of effect. Oh. Wow. Holy fuck. And that's just this node. So that node gets fucked. How much you lose? We're losing 50% from any curse AoE node. Just on the passive tree change. So we're not even looking at the skill tree change yet. So curse area, passive skills, and strategy have been halved. And then this now grants 10% less. So it's actually, if I'm using the lich, it's actually 60% less area of effect. Might as well make curses marks with that AoE. It's so bad. Oh my goodness. And we haven't even taken into account this. So it's every 3 levels, yeah? That increases by 0.1. So what would that be? How would we do this? So 15. So let's say, holy shit. Wow. So effectively, so this is a level. Well, elemental weakness always starts at what, level 7? I think. I think it's level 7. Okay, so it's level 7 at base. Oh my god. 2 meters? And this is with taking every single AoE node? Bro, it's impossible. So let's see. 2 meters. And then we add 1. At level 20 elemental weakness, we are essentially only having... Oh my god. Wow. Well, they actually gutted the AoE and right in half. Holy shit. Wow, they really, really didn't want Spell Cascade to overlap. Like, this is specifically targeting Spell Cascade. And Doedra's Undoing. How much was the original? The original AoE was 4.9 meters. 4.9 meters nearing 5. So we got our dick chopped right in half. And the breakpoint you need for Spell Cascade to overlap the 3 AoE is 4.9. So achieving that is going to be basically impossible. 4 is just into 2. Ugh. Wow. God, that's so bad. And on top of that, we don't even know how much damage Doedra's Undoing is going to be doing anymore. The only thing that would save the build... Oh god, I don't know if that would even save the build. This is with max AoE. So if you're not taking any... If you're not taking any AoE node... calcs... let's see. Let's just take these all off. And we need to take, yeah, that's off. Config, calcs. So what? Your base? Wow. Fuck me, man. So your base radius of curses is this. This is with no supports. What the fuck? Literally nothing changes. What? Wow. Well, thanks for banning, babe. God, that's so bad. So let's put back all the AoE. We don't care about Spell Cascade anymore. We put this back. This is gonna be gone. You didn't see the message at all? Understandable. It was up there. So without spell cascade, and then 60% less. God. What? How? This is without spell cascade. You what the fuck? Oh my god. Wait. Dick chopped in half. Yeah. Holy balls, that's so bad. Ugh. Which half? Short side or the long side? Both sides. Wow. Okay, so all in all, we just don't do curses. So now you can't even pee. Man. This is so terrible because look, you're using 50% increased AoE. Your level 20 curse is only gonna have this amount of radius. It's gonna be fucking level 13 instead of 20. Like there's almost no point in adding any AoE supports because it just does too little. Like having ritualistic curses is almost fucking pointless. You may as well just go for damage. Like fuck spell cascade, fuck ritualistic curse, and just go full damage. But then even this, that is so small. God, that's so bad. The only way that they're saving the Wedge's Undoing at this point is if they basically double the damage of what it does with the new scaling. That's like the only way. Because if not, this support is gonna be like a 1 alch worth gem. What the fuck? God damn. Yeah, Firestorm did get a pretty big buff, let's be honest. Alright, so for the time being, Doedri's Undoing is dead. Like full dead. Holy shit. The only thing... Wow, wait, no, this whole thing is garbage. Wait, Zone of Control is actually useless. Well, I mean, it's gonna get like what 10%, 10% increased curse magnitude, which is not bad. Like that's the only thing that's gonna matter. Hmm. Interesting. I mean, we already knew this. The roller movement speed change isn't a nerf but a buff. Yeah, like we already knew this. The the reduced the reduced movement speed, like the extra 20% that you get, is way better than 15% movement speed. Anyone that thought the Roa change was a nerf is fucking retarded. Because it is good. Hey, Frostbite. Hello. Hope you are doing well, sir. Alright. Okay. Enough crying about the Idris undoing and any curse skill AoE. Build is dead. Firestorm. Wow. Man, it like 2x its damage? Holy shit. Storm radius is now 3 meters. Previously 2.8. Now additionally has fire infusion. Grants 100% increased damage. Fire infusion now grants plus 1.5 meters to storm radius. Previously 1.8. That's fine. Cold infused ice bolts now deal almost double the cold flat. Holy shit. Wow. Holy fuck. Firestorm is insane. But you have to pick up infusions? Gross. That's still a lot of damage. Mirage Archer. Creating a Mirage now has 10-second cooldown. The cooldown starts when a Mirage is created and no longer reset by dodge rolling. You can now have multiple Mirages active at once. Mirage duration is now 5.4 to 6 seconds at gem levels 8 to 20. Previously 4.4 to 5. Huh. Okay. Just put a extra charges on that. Wait, this is actually pretty cool. What was the one that makes the cooldown longer, but you can have like 2 charges? And then there's other ones that like lower the cooldown, so you can just dodge twice. Boom. Get millions of Mirage Archers. Overabundance. Yeah, that's the one. That is the one, I think. Mortar Cannon adjusted attack animation to being later after summoning the cannon. Heh. Oil Grenade now deals... What the fuck? Oh. Why is Oil Grenade cracked now? Oil Ground now has once ignited. Oil Ground adds 150% of this attacks fire damage as unscalable damage to the ignite. Eh? Oil now slows enemy movement speed by 40%, previously 20. Creating Mirage archers now show a compilation. What? Shows a compilation of you and the Mirage's future, having a child together and living life. You can't summon another while this is going on. Damn. Hell yeah. God damn. That's pretty good. Ugh. Curse area effect mods and jewels have been reduced. Bro. It's tapped by 4 times. Not even 3. Oh, they couldn't leave it alone either. Wow. Okay. You know what? They may as well have made it that you couldn't fucking slot like spell echo. I mean, spell cascade on curses. Somebody at GGG saw the Indigon nerf, Indigon build and said, yeah, let's nerf it by 96%. Funny enough, this is not a 96% nerf. This is a 200% nerf. You do 200% less damage. Well, I say 200%, but that's for single target. Clear is technically, well, obviously clear is way worse. Clear damage doesn't change. Well, we don't know that. Who knows? The Dewatry's Undoing support gem might do more damage. It might do less. It's probably gonna do less, let's be honest. Yeah. Try and see. Sands of Time, Sands of Silk Blink skill now has a 3 cooldown uses previously. Wow. What? Hey, the unique is actually good. What the hell? What the hell? This thing's actually kind of good movement skill now. Prism Guardian now has 1% increased spirit preservation efficiency of buff skills per 100 max life instead of +1 to maximum spirit per 25 max life. Prism Guardian now has 50 to spirit. Oh. Oh wow, that's a buff. Holy shit. When they're gonna make the chase uniques good? Temporalis nerfed too hard? Sadig. Fixed a bug with the fire infusion stats. We're not applying to ice and lightning bolts to... Wow! Holy shit! What? So it wasn't applying the damage? Wait, Firestorm is insane. What the hell? Fix several bugs allowing stats affecting charge gain to effectively double dip. Chance to gain additional charges now only rolls before effects that change the type of charge gain, such as resonance. Previously, it could roll twice, once before and once after. Similarly, both the above effects are only checked before effects that... Oh. It means that only the original charge generator status affect the type and the number of charges they give out in this way. Interesting, okay. So people were actually getting 2 types of charges? Wow. That's kind of a big bug. Abuse early. Abuse hard. Fixed a bug where vaulting impact and thunder sleep could not be animation cancelled. You see. Ice Nova. Cold infused Ice Nova explosion. Whoa. Cold infused Ice Nova now deals Wow, look at this buff of 2 extra flat. Let's go. I mean, it's a buff. Raise zombie. Creating a zombie from a power charge now also creates 2 additional non-empowered zombies. Empowered zombie now deals... Oh. Wow. 253%? Previously 100%? Okay, let's read the Incinerate. Now additionally deals 11.1 fire damage per second at gem level 1, scaling to 57.5 fire damage per second. What was the... Oh, it just... Oh, wait. They're giving it more flat? Wait, is this just more flat? Ignited ground duration is now 8 seconds, previously 4. Now has ignites from a single use of the skill. Compound if not from ignited ground. So you lose ignite magnitude, more ignite duration. Now gain 7 to 2 milliseconds of fuel per mana spent, previously 10 to 5. Now can store up to 5 seconds of fuel, previously 10. Okay. No longer has multiple maximum stages or deals 30% more damage per stage. Oh, I see. No longer has 50% less ignite duration. No longer has inflicts 80% less flammability magnitude. Now ignite to start dealing. Oh. Wow. Holy shit. Ooh. Incinerate fuel can no longer be gained while using Incinerate. Incinerate ignites every 75 ms. This will be described on the skill gem in future patch. Wow. Wow, they kind of gutted it, eh? Is that enough to stop Connor? This might still do a fuck tons of damage. Wait a minute. Doesn't Connor not care about Incinerate, actually? He cares about the... He cares about the Wyvern Fire. I'm pretty sure he doesn't give a shit about Incinerate. You haven't looked at the build at all. I mean, he's currently running around with Incinerate because it's, I assume, the best Ignite option. But Ignite... Yeah, I mean, Incinerate doesn't have the 350% Ignite magnitude as the Dragonfire. So I think this does nothing to Connor at all. Funny enough. Ice Shot. Now converts 80% of physical to cold, previously 70. Okay. Cone angle increased by approximately 50. Now 25% more freeze buildup. Now deals... Okay, more. Quality now grants more magnitude chill effect. Oh. So you look... Oh, shit. Wait. Ice Shot's quality was correct. 20% more attack damage? Oh. Okay, so I guess you're just getting more... I guess you're essentially just getting more magnitude of chill. I mean, that is buff. Shards now has what? Shards now has fires. Is that just wrongly worded or am I dyslexic? 9 to 11 projectiles. Okay, no, I think I am dyslexic. Shard now has fires 9 to 11 projectiles, previously 6 to 8. Okay, shards now deal. Wow. Holy shit, that's a pretty big buff. What the hell? Is Ice Shot kind of good? Oil Grenade. Cooldown is now 4 seconds, previously 5. Oil and oil ground duration now is now 6 seconds, previously 5. Now deals 400% attack damage. Okay, yeah, we saw this one. Huh. Man. Yikes. Okay, so that is the updated patch red. My goodness. Ugh, that's so sad, man. Yikes. So even taking these are like fucking pointless too. God. Mm. So this is what your base AoE like doesn't fucking change. Oh my god. Imagine putting AoE nodes onto your curse just to not have your curse gain any fucking AoE radius. If you take literally everything, like everything, every AoE you can get, and you even put an AoE support on, your fucking AoE is gonna be literally the same. Oh, God. Who thought that was a good idea? That is like actually insane. Wait. No. Isn't there... What? So what if we remove spell cascade? Wait a minute. Mm. Cooldown of 8 seconds? Wait. No, even that won't save it. Fuck. God damn it. Because I was thinking, if you can use spell echo, maybe you can take nodes like this. Final repeat of spells has increased area of effect. Wait, so that's 30%. 30% and 40%. Increase area of effect. Wait a minute. That's with this. God damn. You still lose so much damage. Because you're losing... Let's see. If this even works... Oh my goodness. Oh wow. So if it even works, you still lose... Wait, how much do you actually lose? I guess you lose like 60% more damage? Well, 30% more damage in most cases. Echoes of supported skills have... Supported skills that affect an area around you or a target location, causing the effects to happen again on a short delay. Oh, wait. Repeat final only. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh, it's still not enough. Holy shit, even with Spell Echo. Okay, never mind. It's actually dead. Spell Echo is dead on this. Nothing I can do can make the radius big enough. Unless we stack every single AoE jewel ever. May not be able to lurk during your lunch. Phone is at 1%. Oh god, Monka W. Alright. See you, babe. Hope you have a good lunch. Is there any form of AoE anywhere else? Man, all of these are presence AoE. Oh my god. Wait. Items. Oh, but this is with spell echo. Let's try it. Let's try not. Oh my god. We still need to make up an entire 4.9 meters to AoE. So, oh god. Let's take this. Let's make a jewel. Sapphire area of effective curses, but this is gonna have to be makes items with curse AoE. It has to be curse AoE, but it's gonna be literally the lowest level, yeah. What did the oh shit, where was the patch notes? Fuck. There it is. Hey Slinky. Hello. Also good morning. Good morning. Hope you doing well. Curse save effect. So it's 12%. 12% max. Fuck, man. God, that's so bad. And then, curse. No? Wait, oh, it's a suffix. Never mind. Best curse activation, which would need to be 40%. It only goes 8 to 12. Still hoping to get those overlaps? Yeah, we're seeing if it's even possible. Oh, that's only 2? And each one is 1. Oh my fucking god. So you're gonna need... Holy fucking balls. Wow, that's terrible. We're actually gonna need to go for every fucking jewel socket. Expansion pending doom no longer gains radius. GGG's watching the stream for real, for real. Bro, they fucked me so hard. This is bullshit. Like, I get why, because Spell Cascade would have given Doedre's Undoing like actually 200% more damage. And they hate one button skills. Do you want my werewolf witch hunter build? No, I do not. Oh, that's right, Slinky. I think Connor doesn't care about the Incinerate nerf at all. Because he's not using Incinerate. He's thinking about using the Dragon transformation. So even if they nerf Incinerate, that doesn't do anything to his build. And he's still gonna get like a bajillion damage on his Wyvern Fire. Hey Jonathan, sorry for calling you shit if you're watching. If not, whoa, you're shit, what the hell? Oh, we don't have final stats on the Dragon Breath. That's kind of true. They could last minute nerf it. Right into the ground. So we're gonna have to take this. Oh, God, even then that's not enough. God damn. And what's fucked is that this pathing now no longer makes sense because the Doedry gem is not even an int-stacking gem anymore. So we need another jewel. There it is. Oh my fucking god, are you serious? What in the world? Yeah, you ain't stacking it. You can mana stack with Impending Doom still, though. This tree is cursed. It is cursed. And you know what's fucked? All of this is just to gain fucking AoE. Oh my god. Please don't do this to yourself. Your family loves you. We don't know about that. Shit, Game Awards is tonight? Oh. But no one really cares about the Game Awards. Remove bottom passive and add 6 passive on the left side tree. What do you mean? Are you talking about these AoE nodes? Like, these AoE nodes are going to go away. I don't care about the awards. I care about Half-Life 3 trailer. Oh. You like watching a recap of the new trailers teasers after the Game Awards? Top left is 6 nodes to jewel. I don't care about the pathing right now. Like the pathing doesn't matter. We're just trying to see how, like, what it takes to get any form of AoE to make Spell Cascade work. Oh, that needs to be removed. We've seen this tree. He doesn't care about anything anymore. Everything's trash. He's grasping at straws of a build that once may have been. Yeah. I'm trying my damnedest. God, minions have AoE. This is so fucked. Ugh. This makes Zone of Control, like, actually pointless. Like, your base curse with 0 supports and 0 passives has the same fucking radius as having these passives. Zone of Control got 10% curse effect though, right? Yeah, it did. It did get a 2% curse effect buff, which is good. Also, hey Rupride. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Curse effect is more important in my opinion. Um, for the build I was going for, no, it's not more important, unfortunately. But for most of the time, yeah, it is more important. Doing great. Both Ice Shot and Firestorm, your skills got buffed. Hell yeah. They got seriously buffed. Firestorm is insane now. At least this means you hopefully don't have to play Chaos Dot. That is true. Yeah. We won't have to do Chaos Dot through the campaign. AoE is definitely king for Impending Doom, the Wagers playstyle. Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's... Don't you dare yoink my build. Ooh. Oh, he has a Firestorm build going on. It might be good to look. Oh, wait a minute. I completely ignored this whole cluster right here. This entire cluster only gives +2 AoE radius? What? Imagine being level 87. Level 74, okay, okay. Oh, wait. I just realized all of this is actually fake news. Oh wait, no, that's for duration. No, never mind. You're thinking about using a soldering iron instead of hot glue gun. Wait, what? For your, isn't it gonna burn the shit out of your leaves? Using box cutter to put just enough hot glue on the heart. Then use soldering iron to melt it might be easier. Oh, you're just using a soldering iron to melt it. I see. Okay, okay. I thought you were actually gonna use like solder on it. And I was like, whoa, sir, you're gonna burn it. Also, oil grenade is buffed? Yeah. Oil grenade got a pretty substantial buff. Like big. What is this path thing, man? So what's sad is that even if we can do this, we need stuff like this and this. Maybe even this. No, no, no. Actually, we need that instead. To put a timeless jewel here. God damn. Timeless Jewel, which is also nerfed. Thankfully, we don't use the AoE Timeless Jewel. Oh shit, you know what? We might actually have to. I'm saying this as if we're gonna be playing the build. Let's see. Jewel. Unique. What would it need to be? Diamond. Wait. Oh, fuck. No. Damage adds chaos. Is there no area? Wait, curse? What? Oh shit, I guess there's no AoE for this. Huh. Against the darkness might not even be that good then. I guess just... You're making a fake string of hearts? Because you can't keep real one alive. Can you not just grab it from the unique and energize? Yeah. There's no timeless jewel calc for POB2. Well, yeah, we can just use this though. Fuh. Yeah, not being int stack also kind of it also kind of ruins the fact that you can just path for jewel sockets for AoE. You should spend time cooking something else. I probably should. God damn it. Okay. We should probably look at some other options. Fuck, dude. Alright, let's look at some YouTubers and see if they have anything good. Alright. Alstron is doing bear. Classic. From what we know, this is pretty dead. But maybe new tree will help. But we won't know until later. Yeah. It's beyond fucking dead right now. Good, he's going bear. You want to do plants druid if you play druid, I'd see. Plants honestly look pretty good. Imagine, what if you do plant druid, but also scale poison? Because this can get a pretty decent amount of flat phase, maybe? Black thumb. Oof. Doing a poison planter could be interesting. God, the damage is fucking insane. Should I level ED Contagion or Orb of Storms with Ember Fusillade? Or Firestorm Stormweaver? I forget. Was Ember Fusillade actually good? I think it was, right? Because ED Contagion is kind of cringe. Plants will want to be able to cast at least the Storm and plants. So at least 2 buttons minimum. Can you do garden stuff with one hand? Damn. Didn't Ember Fusillade get nerfed? Or something about it did in the patch. Ember Fusillade is just super fast to proc Orb of Storms. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know. It's only from the unique item? Honestly, if that does a lot of damage and enough to clear, that could be pretty good. Yeah, that's kind of insane. Oh, skills which are not default attacks. No inherent rage loss. Huh. That could be really interesting. Increases and reductions to mana regeneration also apply to rage regeneration. Oh. No, this could be insane, actually. Wait, isn't this insane? Aren't charms fucking useless in this game? Isn't this a free, like... Wow, wait. Isn't this actually, like, free 120 spirit? Like, don't we just not give a shit about charms? Most of the time? Those were never confirmed final nodes, right? That's just leaks? I don't know. It's on PoE 2DB. It could be official, I think. Still missing one of the nodes on the right side. Oh, you mean this one? Not official. Okay. Wait, how do we not have the official stuff out yet then? You were covering up it, yes. Ah. I see. Those will change. 102% more damage. Huh. You're still down to utilize the information we have to plan stuff, and you think Shaman will be strong. You just wouldn't hinge bets on things not changing. Yeah. Ooh. Every two rage also grants 1% more spell damage. Who utilizes spell on melee hit? Hmm. Does Crown of Eyes exist in this game? If Crown of Eyes exists, you can double dip, right? The spell damage thing is a nice bonus for the Smith of Kitava versions who utilize spell on melee hit. Also, it does exist. Oh. That could be pretty good. Yeah, but then spell damage... Wait, spell damage thing is a nice bonus for Smith of Kitava, but that specific... This specific one is specifically for Shaman, right? Slinky here playing quad ascendancies. God damn, he already has Forbidden Flame and Forbidden Flesh combos? What the fuck is this? Cross Ascendancy. FFFF. Give me FFFF jewels so that you can steal from other ascendancies. That would be so fucking strong. Wait, isn't that actually insane? Doesn't he just slap on Crown of Eyes? And he double dips into Rage? That's a fuck ton of damage. Wait. Doesn't that mean... Doesn't this mean Druid's starting point is actually, like, insane? Increases, not more. Oh. Fuck, you're right. Man, that sucks. Yeah, that would, I guess that would be way too strong. Damn it. You right, you right. You're always right. Susk. Yeah, that's strong. Huh. Idols. It's so random though. You had an idea of adaptation with the take damage based on mana spent helmet druid. Oh. Could be interesting. Couture. Skill effect duration, yeah. Mm. Me when you see shaman nodes. Soul shaman nodes. Well. Damn. Hmm. You kind of want 8 ascendancy points? You're not familiar with totems. How is he popping down 5 plus totems when they consume charges? Charge gain for shaman, I mean druid, seems to be a no issue at all for the bear. But what he's talking about, like preloading on a boss, that one I don't understand. Right, but you have to hit things, yeah? Yeah. So the part where he's preloading, I don't understand that part. Just making sure you weren't missing anything. Fair enough. Huh, that would be interesting. Hmm. Hmm. True. You're back in the car with phone on charger. Waiting in line at Chick-fil-A. Let's hope I can get my food before time to be back at work. Ooh, I hope so. How's the line looking? Because that's typically a hot spot. Hmm. Pretty bad? Oh god. Not good. It's just not gonna happen. Oh. Found the post about the ascendancy nodes. Ooh. Thank you. Seven days ago. Oh, removed. Yeah. Pretty much says it's a lie. Anyway, you do combo light gameplay. Permafrost plus fragmentation was fun. Hmm. I will enjoy my werewolf if I decide on it. Damn. True. I enjoyed the content comment spam on 0.1. Can I have it back, please? Comet spam was pretty fun. I will have to admit. It was great. Damn. Okay. Let us look for more builds. Never mind. No lunch for me today. Definitely not gonna have enough time. Line is moving too slow. Damn. Not good. I'm sorry, babe. Had to leave. Oof. No, go play PoE 1. Damn. Werewolf now can only spam 3 wolves, and the damage is halved. What? I don't know what werewolf is, but that means werewolf is fine. Damn. Alright, let's see. Any other build? Alright, let's look at Fubgun, Path of Dan, Big Ducks, XTD. Alright. Let's see what Fubgun has to say about his top picks. Is it gonna be his own build at the top #1 slot? Fub is doing Poison Pathfinder? Yeah, I think he is. So this is his tree. Well, not tree. His list. Only Witch Hunter generic made the list. You're safe. Damn. Lightning Arrow, Deadeye, Roa. Crossbow, Grenade, Deadeye. Lightning, Crossbow, Deadeye. Bleed, Lightning Spear, Blood Mage. Untouched. Oh. Damn. Lightning Spear, Deadeye, Untouched. Pathfinder, Poison. Witch Hunter. Warrior, Shield Wall. Ice Shot, Deadeye? Wait, Pathfinder, Deadeye? I mean, Pathfinder, Ice Shot, you mean? Looking for one button build. Oof. ED Contagion Lich. Eesh. Quit the game button. Ice Strike Monk. Really? Okay. I hate how ED Contagion actually just felt bad. Did you delete his... Ah. What's your preferred playstyle? Spellcasters, attacks, tanky build, anything that can clear tier 15s. Incinerate ignites every 75 ms. This will be described on the skill gem in the future patch shortly after. Yeah. Pretty good. Oof. Hmm. You know what? Shield wall does look pretty fucking fun. Hmm. Okay. Next, we have. Wait, who? Nothing interesting, to be honest. Yeah, kinda. Whoa. What the fuck is this AI voiceover? Is this... Is this voiceover? Wait, what the hell? Huh? What? Is this not his voice? Is that Dan's normal voice? Okay. It sounds exactly like AI. Damn. Okay. Wait. Isn't this game... I mean, isn't this fucking site... This is awful. Isn't this site an RMT site? Or am I mistaking it for a different one? Comet Blood Mage. Looks like it. Oh no, it's not Uber Dan. Who the fuck is this channel? It says Path of Dan. Huh. He's still using old uniques. Wait a minute. Is this guy uninformed? Uberdan is that channel? Okay, so this is fake news. Next, we got Big Ducks. This guy is not him. Nice. Yay. Just play Druid. Drew. Poison Burst Pathfinder. Wait. Did he say this is Fub Gun? No, this is Tuna. What the fuck? Ziggy D released second video? Oh yeah, yeah. We saw it. We watched it already. And it was good. That. Hell yeah. Slinky baited me? Damn. Ooh. Wow. DD. Honestly, this looks fun. Wow. Oh no, Edie Contagion. Alright, see you nerds. Alright. Thanks for hanging out, Slinky. Thank you for the lurk. See ya. Boot.dev. Ooh. Minion Army Witch. Uh-oh. Wow. Big ducks. Oh my god. Hmm. Huh. There's not really that many things. Oh shit. Wait a minute. Spark. Oh my god. Endgame footage. Wow. AP is gonna make a pool before launch on which to play. Wait, what? Druid or Stormweaver? Wait, is he gonna be casting Spark as a druid as well? He probably could. I mean, most of the builds out there are basically bait because trees aren't out yet. Kind of. Hmm. Yeah. Infusions are like fucking insane. Don't tell Echo. Tuxie just had a churu. Oh my god. What the hell? Echo would be pissed. Kitty snack. Echo's favorite. Yep, yep. Wow. Hey Nor. Hello, my sub trash can. Will you be live during Game Awards? You better. Uh-oh. Wait, when is the Game Awards happening? Six hours from now. 6. Unfortunately. Unfortunately not. We're gonna be busy making bread. I'm sorry. We will not be live during the Game Awards. Sad egg. Yeah. Yeah, we gotta end early today as well, because we gotta make bread. Yeah, we gotta end in, let's see. Like, stream in the kitchen. Get that bread. Mm. Mm. Yeah, we're gonna have to start making some bread in like, let's see, about 2.5 hours. We'll start doing that, and we got a 3 hours ish. Yeah, I would say like 2.5 hours just to be safe. Cooking stream when? At some point, we do gotta do a cooking stream. Hmm. We'll work on it. Deep. Oh, deep into the negatives. Same as you stream one day. Maybe one day. Spark honestly does look really fucking cool in PoE 2. Also allocate the less movement speed while casting next showcase. Ooh. It's better than editing all the stay. Hmm. Hmm. This is when he's thinking about like, oh my god, people are still not gonna read anything. And then his face just falls and he's like, fuck these these guys. Spark without that node is trash. Change my mind. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. It is better with the less movement speed while casting. Hmm. Hmm. You guys have no idea how many retarded questions we get when it's PoE 2 season. I don't know. Oh no. He doesn't have POB linked to Mobalytics. What is this? 2010? Uh-oh. The fuck uses POB for PoE 2? Whoa. I use it. What the hell? It doesn't even work properly? Yeah, that's kind of true. I like how it says strength and weaknesses. A weakness is gear reliance. Like when 99% of the power is gear. It's kind of a moot point, but I mean, it makes sense. Hey, girl. Hello. Hope you're doing well. It works. Not yet supported in POB. Damn. When everything is not supported, it's not working. Kind of true. Wow. Anime princess. Oh, that's nice. He has his own regex too. This good. It's way too long for POB2 devs. Or long road. When are you gonna tell him to change his name? I mean, he literally can't change his name. He's not changing because the memes are too fun. Well, funny enough, like even from like a business perspective, him changing his name is actually like self-suicide. You would never do that. Every single stream there's one motherfucker who asks, "Oh, if he's going to change his name?" No way. Oh. About him being an anime princess? No way. What the fuck? I love your guides, but I gotta be honest with you. As a straight male, you're not what I think of as an anime princess. Somehow, I picture less facial hair. Smile. Oof. God damn. Somehow. Damn. What I am? The one with other accounts. It's Trigger, they will remember him. Hmm. You know, I never do that. I probably should. I'm in trade mode like sometimes, and I'm like going through campaign, and I'd never fucking touch trade until I'm in maps. Whispers in Fez's ear, you have like 10 other accounts or more. What the hell? Or people who ask, does want his name? Hmm. Wow. Or ask meme questions. Yes. Random letters in his Discord link. Hmm. Hmm. Wow. Nobody hasn't told him to change it to anime princess. That's what we discussed before. No one cares, and it makes it open to hijacking. Oh. Discord invite hijacking is a pain to deal with. Hmm. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, so we know what he's going to be doing. Spark Stormweaver. Now then. What else? Let's look at Karn. Does he have? Oh. Updated Omega. No way, dude. Did I just see Sunder? Oh my god, is this Jammy's favorite build now? Oh. His helmet slot is just pure onslaught for thrill steal. Hmm. Interesting. Oh wow. I need more time. Uh, I just realized all these videos that I'm watching on Firefox. So YouTube VOD viewers are gonna have the worst experience ever. Let me swap over. VOD viewers in shambles. They're not gonna have any audio.
Hey, some guys
Ruh-roh.
spawn another skill. You cannot consume the impels with the same to pop shield waves from this shield
Not
wall.
good.
Which means that the impels will get consumed as you apply them with shield wall. Now, there is one thing to know though about the setup that we use in the end game with, and that will give you a pretty high chance to apply bleeding. And as soon as you have these bleeds applied, then you get a 30% more damage on your shield wall. That is obviously mostly gonna be useful for a single target or for things.
Make a voiceover when editing. Oh, you know what? That's possible. Make SFX with your mouth. I see.
That do not die in one hit.
I'll just be doing that the whole time.
Also worth noting, whenever you place down a wall, it actually does hit. It doesn't really do much damage at all, but it does hit. Same goes with when you do this, for example, when you do Citadel and Chaos Madness. It actually hits a lot, so it applies a lot. It can apply a lot of incisions, or impels, for example, for that matter. Granted, for the impel, it is not relevant because you will not. It will not really do your damage. So I will just show you the regular setup without Citadel and Chaos Madness that we use. I would normally use rapid attacks always. You need as much speed as possible because shield wall is very slow. Magnified area.
Too many words for Unga Bunga.
Then we will have we will have
Damn.
Impale, and we will have Bleed 4, and then the last one is really up to you. You can use Heavy Swing if you don't mind losing speed. You can use Close Combat. Personally, I do not like Close Combat too much because 3.5 meter is relatively small. Other options would be Heft. Heft also is not that good. It's like about 16% more damage ish, 15-16% more damage. So it is not the best support, but at least it is something that is going to be 100% reliable, and you will not, that doesn't have a downside. There's also Rage Forge, which is an option. One thing to note about Rage Forge is that I would not recommend using it unless you have a lot of rage on hit on your gear, jewels, maybe you click some loose on the tree, things like that. It is relatively difficult for non-Warbringers to actually sustain that. So I do not recommend it too much. I think on Warbringer it is an angle for sure once you get enough rage on hit. On Titan or Smith, I would probably just use something that's more considered like Heft, or maybe Close Combat. Concentrated effect is a thing you can use too. Although concentrated effect, sorry, is something you would swap for single target. So you would map with a magnified area, swap in Conk effect for bosses if you feel like you need the damage. You don't not necessarily gonna need to do it, but if you just wanna get the maximum damage possible, this is what you do. On serious bosses, for example, I would definitely do it. But the most damage is going to be Heavy Swing. It is just a matter of do you have enough speed for the 10% less attack speed to not feel too bad. Also, one thing to note about Magnified Area is Magnified Area 2 has been buffed, and it is now does not have a damage penalty anymore. Currently, it's 45% increase AoE, but you deal 10% less damage. That 10% less damage has been removed. So instead of using Magnified Area 1, we'll use Magnified Area 2 on our shield wall. If you're using Citadel though, the supports, I will not recommend using Bleed 4 and Impale, because Impale, like I said, it gets popped by Fortifying Cry, and the problem with that is that Fortifying Cry will happen closer to your character. So for example, monsters that are here will not, Fortifying Cry will not reach the monsters that are here. So it is mostly gonna be something for that'll give you damage close range. So for clear, that will pretty much do, well, that will not be quite as good. So I would recommend using supports like again Heft and a Heavy Swing that actually give you raw damage that will work unconditionally. Obviously Close Combat I definitely do not recommend, especially with Uncitadel that is gonna have screen wide clear. But you can still do it if you want. If you feel like your clear is good enough and you just want the most damage support you can get, then yeah, Impale and Bleed 4 will definitely be up there with no attack speed downside or anything like that. So these are the options. I think that's what I would do. Any combination of these, Heavy Swing, Heft, Impale and Bleed 4 pretty much is up to you. Either way, it's a choice you have to make. So these are the links for Shield Wall. Fortifying Cry will always be used with Enraged Warcry, Raging Cry, Brutality and Heavy Swing, because these basically don't have any downsides for Fortifying Cry. Because you cannot exert it with the Infernal Cry, so you do not have any added damage unless you have some flat, which is not that relevant, and Heavy Swing, the attack speed penalty does not matter at all. Then the 6th link, or well, that would be the 5th link, I guess. It depends on how your mana situation looks. Previously, we would use Atalu's Bloodletting on Shield Wall, but I decided that after the nerf, it is not really that good. It's mostly a life tap support, basically, that has some damage. And I would much rather use it on something like Fortifying Cry, rather than main damaging ability, so that it makes mana a lot more comfortable. Like normally, if you, in the end game, once you have double 6 link skills like that, your mana will be a problem, and you will need to get flat mana on all the pieces of gear you can get, so that you actually have some leeway whenever you play. Because if you do not have Atalu here on any of your skills, and you have everything being 6 linked, then as you can see, like half my mana is gone in one combo, and I cannot even use a second combo because yeah, I barely have enough. Obviously, whenever you get
mana issues,
gear, this will have a decent bit. Suddenly you have enough for 2 full combos before run out of mana. So I would 100% recommend getting either using Life Tap or Louise when you get it. or until you can get enough mana on gear for that to not be an issue. But yeah, Fortify Cry, to explain how it works a bit, because I haven't explained that yet, it will basically proc off one of your walls, one of the wall sections. So
It costs mana to
like I
fucking
said,
shout.
we get like 3 exerts,
Yeah.
and every single time you'll pop your walls, 3
XDD.
sections will have a Fortifying Cry exploding.
What's next? Mana
They
to
can overlap,
walk?
which is why you will notice that whenever you deal damage,
Maybe.
then you place down the walls really tightly on top of a monster, you will do a lot more damage on the explosions than you would like if you're, for example, like on the side. If the monsters were, say it's monster is here and you hit him that way with the side of the section, it will do less damage because Fortifying Cry has smaller overlaps. The overlaps is also a reason why you could potentially use Magnified Area 2 on it. That is something that I haven't really tested that much, but for clear, that would definitely be an option to make Fortify Cry hit more targets, especially with Uncitadel. So that's also another thing that is possible. But as is, I think these are very safe. That's the most damage. A ranged war cry and a raging cry, I will explain why we have that. This is how we are not forced to be Warbringer to play this build in a smooth way, sorry. A ranged war cry will spend rage to bypass the cooldowns of your war cries, and raging cry basically gives you rage per power whenever you war cry. Thanks to that notable here, roaring cries, our war cries are a minimum of 10 power, which means whenever you war cry, you will gain 8 rage. I may be wrong, I do not know for sure that it is gonna work like this, but rage spending things that spend rage have been changed to always spend 10 rage. I do not know if it affects unraged warcry or not, but if it does, then the cost will go down to 10 rage. It is still already sustainable without much issues currently. That will just make it a lot more consistent, and it just make it a lot easier if that actually end up being like the case. For now, even at 15 rage, you have no problems. You just need to not spam them without out of combat. And worst case scenario, you can just still use Second Wind. We used to use Second Wind before to get a lot of recovery. The way it worked before is that Second Wind would increase your cooldowns and give you a big heal whenever you use these war cries. And since we're bypassing the cooldown, that was like every single time you would war cry, you get a lot of recovery, and that was where all the recovery came from for the build. However, this has been nerfed to mid 0.3. And it now does not work at all. I thought that the change would only affect...
It doesn't work at all.
Ascendancy node that ignores cooldowns because warcries do not have a cooldown if you're Warbringer, but it also appears that it works that it doesn't work even if you use the unranged warcry and raging cry combo. So we just don't use this anymore. You could still use it or even use reduce cooldown support on your warcries to make it a little bit smoother. I think this just helps you basically whenever you might just mess up and maybe use too many war cries too early and you don't have enough rage, then that would give you a second chance to fix that. But normally you don't need that. You just run the supports like that, this setup like that, and that's enough. Although, like I said, rage on hit from duels, maybe a couple pulls on tree help a lot with making it a lot more comfortable. We use that as the same thing on Infernal Cry. Enraged War Cry, Raging Cry, Tireless. Tireless is also a support that you could use on Fortifying Cry because it just gonna make more of your walls pop. And on average, that is an option. But so as is, I just don't bother with it. Infernal Cry you will only use to exert your attacks. So as long as you have exert, you do not need to use it. It's always better. You will always want to pop your walls with Fortifying Cry rather than Infernal Cry because obviously Fortifying Cry does a lot of damage itself.
Seen this post,
Infernal
right?
Cry
Where...
only exerts and doesn't really do any damage. So you want to just exert with Infernal Cry, then use Fortifying Cry.
Wait a minute, is this new?
What you can do to just automate it is just you...
Oh, that might be new actually. Maybe I didn't see the post.
And then just alternate the two war cries like that so you don't have to really think about it too much. Ideally you want to keep track of that because sometimes you will proc this keystone here, inherited strength that gives you an extra 3 exert, and in that case you will not need to use Infernal Cry for 5 attacks, sorry.
The Game Awards drops.
So,
I know that. I just didn't see that. I didn't see the new awards that they had.
Infernal Cry is still a pretty decent amount of damage. It's about like 20% more damage, I would say. Anywhere between 15 to 20% more damage. So it is worth having and clicking. And then we have the movements. Leap Slam with the Rapid Attacks 3, Rage 3, Magnified Area 2, and Holy
One
Descent
sub
gives
for
you
Bear
concentrated,
MTX.
concentrated ground. You will not use that often. It's mostly
God
to like jump
damn.
over stuff or like whenever you're stuck or things like that. So it is just to give you flexibility in your movement. Shield Charge, you will probably want to use that a lot. Same thing, same supports. Rapid Attacks 3, Rage 3. The thing about Shield Charge is like right now there's no cooldown, so you can just spam it whenever you to move around.
Oh, that's so
And
good.
once you get enough attack speed, it will actually be faster than just sprinting. Like this character, for example, definitely moves faster by just shield charging rather than sprinting. And also you do not run the risk into getting heavy stun out of your sprints. Sunder we only use to break armor. It doesn't do any damage. We don't use it for damage at all. So same thing here, just all the speed possible to make it go off as fast as possible. As you can see, it's relatively fast. With a prolonged duration, Wriggle, Ferocity, Rage 3, Rapid Attack 3, all the speed, and just increase duration here for the armor break debuff. So what Sunder does, for those who don't know, if you have a target that is fully broken, a target with fully broken armor, it will just enhance that armor break by a lot. It will give you an additional 20% increased physical damage taken. And one thing to note about the Sunder armor debuff is that it is scaled by all the fully broken armor effect you have on tree, which is why we take all these things. If it was only affecting normal break armor, you would probably not invest into it too much. But because it does affect Sunder, we will invest into this fully broken armor effect, and mostly duration, because this will affect Sunder. Sunder armor break is only 6 seconds, and it does scale with duration, so we really want to make it as long as possible, since it is significantly shorter than armor break, and armor break gets applied automatically as we attack.
Okay.
There's a lot of damage though, so whenever you feel like your single target starts lacking or you want more damage, make sure to incorporate Sunder into the character. Then we use here for the auras reservation. It kind of depends. I like Herald of Ash as well, so I would maybe have Herald of Ash over one of these things, or maybe if you have more spirit, you can also just remove maybe even Leap Slam and just get Herald of Ash on top, which is kind of nice for clear. But if you want just one more damage, War Banner is a lot of damage, a lot of speed. Is also, if you use the Restless Passion, it is pretty much 100% uptime on single target, so it is pretty big. So we link it with the Restless Passion to reduce the glory cost by half, duration to make it last longer, and magnify the area to make it affect a bigger area, and that's all you need. You can also have Refraction if you have more spirit. Refraction makes the banner give you armor applying to elemental damage, so that is nice. And then we have a Scavenge Plating. Scavenge Plating mandatory. Every time you break armor, you get more armor. This is like 40% more armor pretty much at all times.
40% more
very
armor.
important to have that, since that is
Wow.
how we scale our defense. And then we have a companion. Companion here is only to give us a haste aura. Link it with Brutus Brain. I would not recommend using the companion without Brutus Brain, because otherwise you actually have to level up your companion gem, and that gonna require a lot of dexterity, which you do not really want to invest into. So get a Brutus Brain and then start using companion. I would say that before you get that, do not bother, because first of all, he's not gonna keep up with you all the time, and also he will probably die. I'll go over the tree real
Dang.
quick, give you an idea what it looks like. So we just go for all the speed we can on the tree. Again, shield wall is very slow, so you want to get as much speed as possible everywhere. The attack speeds are on your weapon, does not matter for it at all. There's nothing that affects the speed of shield wall outside of attack speed and skill speed. So this is why we get Blood Rush here, we get Mass Hysteria here, we go all the way down here for Standing the Eyes. And that is pretty much all the attack speed we can get here, and then the rest will have to come from stuff like skill speed, rune on the weapon, and attack speed runes on the gloves. So you would go for those. And then obviously for defense, we're scaling defense armor, so we're gonna get all the armor here, all the armor to LE nodes here, that reduce magnitude of ignite, which is nice, reduce effect of shock, which is really nice to here, and yeah, obviously all the speed. Here, momentum, one of the big nodes, since 0.3, that allows us to actually gain some speed back. All this move speed here, very important. Momentum to make your armor not slow down as much. He show you how much this actually does. If I have it unallocated, my move speed is 47%. And then if I allocate it,
Jesus.
we go back up to 60%. So it is a huge deal. This is the best
What
mode
the
you can shoot for
fuck?
speed. So make sure to get that as soon as possible.
It's a fat thing for speed.
And then I will explain the weapon swapping things, because what we do is we use the same weapon and shield for both weapon sets, and the way you do that is like here, for example, you're on the weapon set 1, you have your weapon and the shield here, you just right click this here, and it will lock your weapon into both weapon sets, which means when you weapon swap, it will just use the same weapon that you have here. You can
Oh, I didn't know that. That's actually really huge. So that makes the weapon passive tree way more accessible. I thought you like had to have another weapon. That's actually really good. What the hell?
also just do it with only one of them, so that when you swap, for example, here you can see I only have the weapon, not the shield, because I did not lock the shield. That is something that is useful. That was useful for Giant's Blood, for example, when you want to do weapon swap from a 200 plus shield to a dual wield two-handers for Hammer of the Gods. Obviously here that doesn't help us. What we want is we want to be able to use our
It's undersold by GGG. No one knew that existed. Super undersold, because that's like massive. That makes weapon passive trees like so much more accessible. Man, that's super
weapon
good.
and shield on both weapon sets, we never lose them. And the weapon set 1 will be the weapon set you use for everything but your war cries. You will make sure that everything that you want to attack with, Sunder, Shield Charge, Lip Slam, Shield Wall, is used on weapon set 1. The auras have to be on both sets though, so make sure these are on both sets. But Sunder, weapon set 1, Shield Charge, weapon set 1, Lip Slam, weapon set 1, and so is Shield Wall. Fortifying Cry and Infernal Cry will be on weapon set 2. And the reason for that is that so we can basically get, right now I have 21 points, 21 weapon points allocated, and that basically gives you 21 free points to play with that you would not have otherwise. Because whenever you will cry, you do not care about your attack speed. You only care about your defense, maybe increased damage, all that stuff. But you do not, but you do not care about attack speed. Fortify Cry, while it scales, it does damage and scales with your damage, does not care about attack speed. Your attack shield wall does not care about your weapon, your war cry nose, for example. Like war cry speed does not matter whenever you're attacking with shield wall. It only matters when you're actually war crying. Same for the power. The power does only matters if you're using war cries. The extra empowers. Same thing. All these things only matter once when you war cry and nothing else.
Yeah.
So what you do is we're gonna put powered attack damage here. Does matter because it also affects shield wall. So ideally you want to have as many empowered attacks damage on your weapon, on your both weapon sets as possible. But like right now I just didn't have the option to do so because I had more things to allocate. All the war cry stuff weapon set 2, all the speed stuff weapon set 1. I also have some armor break stuff on weapon set 1 currently because again it's like a point limitation thing. And that is okay because most of the time shield wall will be the ability that actually breaks armor and not Fortifying Cry. One thing to note about gem enthusiast is you really want to have 10 red gems and 10 green gems. You can also go for the 10 blue gems, and it doesn't matter where they are. They can be in your mace strikes here that you do not use. They can be anywhere. You just basically slot in some random gems in your race shield and your mace strike gems that you do not care about, just to make sure you reach 10 dex gem and 10 in gem if you want to.
Hell yeah.
And that's all you need to do. Also reminder, you only need to meet the attribute requirements for one of the mace strikes, because when you weapon swap, only one of them is active at a time. So even though here in the support gem capacity, it will tell you, for example, if all the gems from your mace strike and the rest of your gems add up to 10, and you have extra in the other one here. For example, if you had 2 here and you had a total of 10, it will say 12 out of 10 and it will be red, but it doesn't matter. It only matters that you have 10 under one of the weapon sets. So these here do not count at all for the gem capacity, even though it shows here. So do not ignore the gem capacity. If you have 2 in your mace strike here and it says that you have 12 out of 10, you have 2 excess that are just in your weapons, in your second weapon set here, so it doesn't matter. So for the ascendancies, eventually you want to be Titan. Titan is the best endgame. It has a lot of gives you a ton of armor, ton
Damn,
of
you
damage,
peed it back.
life.
Aren't still
Titan is
yapping.
pretty much always the best end
Yep.
game. That being said, Warbringer is good. The way I do it normally is I will always start.
Warbringer good.
You will always start Warbringer, and the reason for that is that early game, you do not have enraged Warcry. So, for example, this is not possible until you get level 5 support gem, level 4 support gem. Sorry, and I even still would not do it with the level 4 support gems because enraged Warcry 1 spends
It's
20
just
enrage, which is a
halfway
lot,
there.
and it's going to be relatively difficult to
Hey, it's a
sustain
good
that.
build.
Pretty much no rage duels and things like that. So, and also, yeah. So I would not do that until at least level 5 gems at the very minimum. So I would always start Warbringer. And what we do is we start with first ascension, we go unanswered call. That will be around level 22 when you're like right when we get shield wall, we will do trial of Sekema. You will click that. You will use totems to pop your shield walls, and then once you get level 31 and you get access to Fortify Cry, you will unspec these 2 nodes and you will get Warcrawlers below instead, and that is where Warbringer really pops off, because then you get to spam Fortify Cry with no issues. You do not need to go through hoops to try to get regeneration and things like that. It also allows you later on to once you have a Roaring Cries, to just spam War Cries to ramp up your rage to maximum. So it is extremely good. Your second lab will be Anvil's Weight, which breaks armor. Breaking armor is very important. You always want to have a source of armor break somewhere, some way. If you're not Warbringer, you have to use armor break support. So that is again a pretty good chunk of damage that you get from saving 1 support gem here. And then the third lab, I would do Jade Heritage probably, because this is a really nice guard skill and also gives you like 10% physical damage reduction rest of the time. So I think Warbringer is always the best early on. Smith of Kitara got buffs again, like I said in the previous video, and it is also an option because you can enter maps with rest capped and a bunch of bonuses and stuff and a lot of armor. So one thing you can do is start Warbringer to level through the campaign, and before maps you can respec to Smith of Kitara once you do your 3rd ascension. And in the end game, once you have the last point and you have a bunch some gear and a good body armor, I would go Titan. Now you can do it this way. Personally, the way I do it is that skip Kitara altogether, and I would go Warbringer, do what I said earlier. And the time you would want to swap from Warbringer to Titan is when you get a weapon like that with armor break on it. So you get that from desecrating a weapon. It's a suffix, and I think it's Amanamu. I think I want to say
Amanamu.
Amanamu mod.
Damn.
But basically, you just craft a weapon with that, and you do your last trial of Sekema for the 4th ascension, and at that point is when I would go Titan. Warbringer does not have a really good fourth node for this build, so I would there's nothing lost there, so I would not even bother ascending from Warbringer until you have a weapon like that you're happy to use. The only mods that are important on the weapon here is level 2 attack skills, damage as extra phase, and break armor. That's the only things that you care about. That's pretty much your endgame weapon. You will not change it. So
Wow.
once you have something similar like that with break armor, you don't necessarily have to make the perfect weapon before you swap to Titan. Titan has a lot of power once you swap to it compared to Warbringer. Like you will gain, for example, I did a run recently where
quite
whenever I
nice.
swap to Titan, you would, I don't know, for example, this Titan here is like 20.
The weapon requirement being that low is kind of huge.
Armor, and when I was on Warbringer, it was probably around like 11k, something like that.
Jesus Christ.
And not even counting all the life you get, like 600,
almost
600
22k
life-ish from going Titan, and your damage also, you probably gain 20 to 25% more damage. Obviously, that's not counting the supports you can swap around, but that, that doesn't really make up for that. TLDR, start Warbringer and go Titan whenever you get a source of armor break from your weapon, and once you get your your last ascension node. I think this is when I would go Titan. So while I'm talking about the gear, I'm gonna go over what is important on the gear. So the weapon, again this level skills, extra phase, break armor, level skills. Next,
Just a sec. I'll be right back. I need to check on the kitties. Take a piss. So we will be right back. We will have you guys listening to music then. What the hell? Oh, that's a good one. It looks good, but no way in hell am I doing another melee. I thought, wait, who was the person that was doing shield wall last league? There was someone in our chat that was doing it. It might not have been you. It might have been someone else, but someone was doing shield wall and like just popping off. Like actually almost two-shotting bosses in campaign. And it was like really, really good. Can't be me. Dang. Okay, we back. What the fuck? You are hollow palm. Ah. Alright, we're back. Time to get back to this video.
Next patch from the essence will only be +3 level, so you will do your first weapon. You'll probably always want to make with the perfect essence of battle, and then after that you want to kind of fish for a +5 level 2 melee skills weapon that you will craft from there. That would be ideal. The helmet. So the helmet slot. Obviously, previously we used constricting command. Next patch you cannot make surrounded count at 0 enemies. It will always be at least 1 enemy, which makes it not unusable, but personally I do not like it because the range for surrounded is pretty small. As you can see here, it's 3 meters around you, and 3 meters is about this big, I want to say. So you pretty much need to be need something in melee range to be able to get the benefits, and that means that whenever you're traveling from pack to pack, you lose all the bonuses from constricting command, and that is pretty bad because you really want all the speed at that moment when you're going from pack to pack. Speed wise, you do not really lose anything because if you don't use constricting command, then you would just use Thrill Steel, and Thrill Steel gives us on slot, which is 20% skill speed and 10% attack, 10% move speed. So speed wise, we do not lose anything from that nerf. The main thing you lose is all the huge damage that you get from clicking these things here, and especially all the value from timeless rubies here that we're hitting, like 3 extra notable, all the small nodes here that are insane on Titan. Like all this is a pretty big loss, but it's mostly damage, armor, and obviously the notables here that are obviously some block also. It is a relatively noticeable loss, but I think it is fine. I would just... It really depends what you want to do. If you really want the power for when you're fighting bosses, like bossing, you will definitely have these benefits. But personally, I do not like having this much power from my character being conditional, so I will probably not use that helmet. It's also relatively rare, and I usually play SSF, so I will not use that. But Thrill Steel is a very, very good next option if you do not use constricting command. Other than that, things to look out for. Very important to have a source of mana leash. This is how we sustain our mana. It is mandatory. The build will pretty much unplayable without that. If you do not have Ataluis here, for example, one combo pretty much, you need 2 combos pretty much deplete all your mana. So it is definitely not something you want. You really need mana leash. And another thing also that's pretty big is life leech. So I just put in a ring here just to show you the mod, but you want to get mana leash or life leech either from your rings or your gloves. Leech from the weapon will not work, so be careful about that. And the stats here, these 3 stats that I mentioned earlier are the only ones that will work for your character and for shield wall. Leech here will not work. If you suck it in, same thing, it's not gonna work. Everything is local, so make sure you get leech from gloves or rings. New body armor, you just want as much life as possible, as much armor. And we get armor to applying to elemental damage on every piece of gear if possible. This will make you extremely tanky. For example, my character right now is like what, 27k armor unbuffed with
27
57 to 77k armor to elemental. When I'm mapping, this goes up to like, I don't know, 35k something. And about over 100k armor applying to elemental, and you feel pretty much invulnerable. Like nothing will hurt you. No elemental hits will really hurt you in maps. And even bosses, it still gives you a pretty big amount of mitigation. Same thing with the shield. It's gonna be just all the armor you can get. This is the only thing that gives you damage on shield wall is the armor of your shield. The weapon, again, like I said, besides the 3 stats that I showed, does not matter. Only thing that will give you damage is armor from your shield, level 2 melee skills, and all the sources of extra damage. So your shield, yeah, as much armor as possible. Suffixes, usually, I mean, ideally, yes, you want something like that with armor to ally and some res. This is pretty much ideal. Physical damage reduction is also very good. You would want that if you can fit it in on your shield, and yeah, and suck it with the extra armor and stuff.
Okay.
Your amulet will be just life, probably ideally flat life, percent life, and maybe armor, or things like that. Level 2 melee skills and whatever res. The boot's very self-explanatory too, just life. life, move speed, armor, applying to rally, all the rest you need. Well, it's a headhunter, but normally if you don't have a headhunter, you just use a normal belt like that, a plate belt with the life and res, strength. It's pretty simple. Ideally, we'd want to have melee skills on your level 2 melee skills on your gloves, attack speed, armor to rally, life, all these things. Like, basically just the usual things. You can also get attack speed here, like skill speed, sorry. Just like I have on this ring here, that comes from desecrating a suffix on your ring. So if you have if you can you have enough rest to be able to do that, you should do that. Skill speed is very important to make the build feel better and gives you more DPS as well. This is also why we put in skill speed in our weapons. Rune of Alacrity. Rune, a talisman, sorry, that gives you, well, they call idols now, they give you attack speed on gloves, you also want those. They're pretty good. So that's pretty much the gear. Again, reminder, mana leash and life leash extremely important. Life leash, because we cannot use second wind 3, is gonna be our source of recovery, and it is also a very good source of recovery because this build does very heavy physical damage, but now that everything is mostly physical, pretty much physical, our leech is actually pretty strong. About that, since I'm talking about leech and gear, is gonna be this chest here that I will most likely be using next league. But just
Yeah, this armor buff is kind of large.
Until I play with it and to see like how best to build it for defense and etc. But basically what happened is that chest here went from giving you 25% reduced maximum life to giving you 15% increased maximum life. And that chest was already like, I looked at it and I always thought to myself, I just wish it didn't have that downside because then it would be usable. It would actually be pretty good. And now with 15% increased maximum life, it is very, very good. Nothing to note about this line here, life leash can overflow maximum life, is that it basically gives you overleech for free. So once you equip that item, you will always be leeching whenever you hit, even if you're full life, and you will give you 50% more maximum life because that's what overflow does. You overflow your life up to 150% of your maximum life. So that is 15% increase maximum life, and then another 50% more maximum life, which is pretty insane. I kind of looked real quick in PoE, and my character, for example, that I played in HCSF in 0.3, with that item would pretty much go up to around 7,000 life, which is
7,000 life.
not possible.
That's
not really
insane in PoE too.
I think the way I would build it though, for those who wanna do that, which I'll probably do, is instead of having all this investment here in armor, I think once you go use that chest here, you basically give up the ability to scale armor properly. You will lose a ton of armor wearing this. I would say that I would lose like probably half the armor I have on my character if I were to use that chest. Which means that I think if by using that item, you probably just go away completely from armor scaling and armor applying to elemental, and you drop all these nodes here. So like 4 points here, 4 points here, another 5 points here, 4 more points here. All these points will just be gone, and instead of investing in armor, we'll just invest in block to try to get the cap block, which is 50% right now, and that will basically be your multi-hit mitigation, and then you have a giant pool compared to before that will deal with allow you to have a much bigger max hit than I think armor was giving you. It's really hard to say which would be better because armor is pretty good at these values currently. But this is why I'm not really making a guide around this. I'm probably gonna play it and fit it around and see how it feels because PoE doesn't really help you for that. And I'll just see. I have a feeling that this version with this chest will be better because armor does not work against degens. It does not work against chaos. Whereas this will work obviously against everything. And it also just gives you really nice recovery by
Package delivered? Oh shit. Let me go get that package. Yeah, be. Okay. We're back. Something terrible happened. So we were charging our doorbell, and I didn't think it would get this hot, but my power block expanded out in the sun due to the heat. And our power block may have gotten fucked. Rot-row. It expanded. Like, I pressed the button and it actually still works, weirdly enough. But it may be fucked. We will see at a later date. Stop touching the explosive. Ugh. I can't believe it did that when in winter. But not when we use it for the same reason during summer. True. Make it make sense. Yeah. Wait, so is this thing like actually fucking volatile right now? Should I actually just throw it away? Do not use it again. Okay. So we should just throw it away. If it explodes, it will create a fire, and if you inhale fumes, you'll most likely die. Monka. Do not even try to use it. Wait a second. So is this what would happen? Is this a lithium-ion battery? Lithium-ions go balloon like that? Holy shit. Glad the door didn't explode? Yeah, that's super scary. Holy shit. Thank you for banning, Beyond. Holy fuck, where should I be putting this thing? Poor dumpster kitties. Lithium-ion batteries have a chemical shit going on in them. Extreme heat makes the chemicals go haywire. Yikes. Wait, what should I do with them then? If I can't even throw it inside the dumpster. Highly recommend putting it in a plastic bag right now and keeping it away from the kittens. Or cardboard. Damn. We threw away our small cardboard box, yeah, yesterday. Okay, just a sec. Let me go take a look at what we have to package this thing and toss it. Shit. I don't think we specifically have battery disposal units. The only thing we have is the dumpster next to us. Hmm. Shit, what do we do? Place damage or bulging batteries in a fireproof container or sand. What the fuck? Bro, I don't want to cause a fucking fire in our neighborhood. Keep away from sun or any source of heat. Monka W. Shit. The sun is blazing right now. Don't throw it in the dumpster. Yeah. Any battery actually. No, not the balloon ones. No battery should go in the dumpster? Yeah. Shit. Our only option is the dumpster right now. So I have a fucking bomb. That is not good. Wait a sec. Oh god. We have some drop-off locations in our city. Fuck. Yeah, I was just about to check too. Your best friend is a battery engineer in Germany. He saved my ass once when my electric bike's huge ass battery ballooned. Told me if I didn't notice when I did, I would go boom. Yikes, bruh. Yo, oh, is this the updated stuff? Oh shit. Wait. Ah, fuck. Oh, they changed it entirely. Okay, so this is the same. Wow, so this is the same too? Fuck, that's so much spirit. Totem builds. Inevitable critical. What? Interesting. Isn't a lion fate like actually garbage? Unseen path is 1 point now. Oh wait. This could be interesting. Hits damage taken from mana before life if your current mana is higher than your current life. What the fuck? Less life, less mana? What the fuck? Yeah, that's disgusting. Enemy critical hit chance against you is unlucky. Damage of enemies hitting you is unlucky. Wow. I'll just go 50% mom, thank you. Yeah, same. Hit which could potentially be critical, but do not roll critical hit will reroll. Wow. Wait, does this mean... Huh? Does this mean you can... Oh, less critical hit damage bonus for each time critical hit chance was rerolled. Oh. I wonder if this is a damage loss. What if you use Bifurcate with Forced Outcome? Can you reroll 3 times? Ooh. Just a sec, guys. I'm looking at a, like, where we can dispose this battery. Goddamn. The nearest one is, like, fucking quite the walk away. Wait, what? Oh, this is that... Oh, that's that place that we were looking at before. It's like fake news. I'm lucky mine is like 2 streets away. Jarvis. We don't know them. Them. Ugh. Shit. So does this mean PoE 2 is gonna be in the Game Awards? Oh. Wow. Yes. Sorry, what, you couldn't hear? If PoE 2 is gonna be in the Game Awards. But pretty obviously it is, I guess, if they're doing this. These Twitch drops. Oh, hey, baby. Turning of the Seasons is easy. Furious Wellspring. Adaptations are gained by taking elemental damage from his. causing you to take less damage of that type from subsequent hits. Unless otherwise specified, you can have 3 adaptations at a time. And adaptations do not have a duration. So I'm thinking Rage plus Apocalypse. If Apocalypse is bad, go Spirit instead. And keep turning off Seasons. And keep turning off Seasons. Yeah. That sounds pretty good. The Free Spirit is quite nice. Double adaptation effect. Huh. That's pretty nice. Do we just play Druid? Like, fuck it. We had a fun anyway. God, this downside is so bad. Converging paths just doesn't seem good. I don't know why. Online page is too many words for me. Damn. It's essentially a more convoluted version of what were those things that they buffed? Those charges. Infusions. It's basically infusions, but who knows? It could be better. But probably even more annoying because this doesn't follow you around like infusions do. Because you have to go to where that to where the visage is. If Unseen Path is bad, I ain't touching Oracle ever. Honestly, Entwined Realities does seem pretty fucking strong. This is basically... What were those gems called? The ones that have a circle around the keystones and you can allocate the nodes on it. Maybe a meme comment build? Hmm. Fuck. 7. Someone said AP in Anime Princess's Discord. Harmony plus CI is Pog. Oh, are you talking about... Hmm? Wait, Harmony? Oh. No? Wait. What are you talking about? Harmony? Oracle node. Oh, Harmony within? Huh. What, does this mean you can... You can just do mana stacking? Every hit will go to your mana. Else goes to ES, because life is 0. I mean, 1. I guess. But wouldn't you... At that point, if you're already doing mana... Like, if you're already mana stacking... Wouldn't you just do Mind Over Matter? I don't know. Because I feel like taking damage from both sources would be better. Unless you have like 0 ES or something. Yeah, I don't know. This seems strong though. What was this jewel called? The one where you can allocate stuff around. But this node is better than Mind Over Matter, no? Oh, do you mean because of the downside for Mind Over Matter? Hey, baby. Yeah. Maven Jewel? Yeah, the one where Impossible is Snow. Is it Impossible Escape? I think it's Impossible Escape, right? It's basically Impossible Escape, but for every single notable on the tree. Like, you can just go anywhere. That seems insane. You can get lesser harm as well, then you are a god. Oh. You need to take the nodes with this. It lets you go across the tree. Oh. Oh, the allocated keystone passive. I see. I see, I see. Impossible Escape is just way better then. Okay. Hmm. You can do blood magic without taking blood magic with Impossible Escape. Hmm. I see. So this has to be allocated and then you can do it. Okay. Huh. Hmm. I see. Reliant Fate with Totem seems god tier this build. God tier build this league. Visages will keep casting totems. Huh. Maybe? Cast one of your spells from your first valid weapon set. Hmm. I wonder. Is the delay scalable? Maybe. But wouldn't you have to get, well... Hmm. 25 increase per spell could cast. 20 from base quality. Hmm. Oh. Hmm? 10 spells available. Oh. Per spell, Visage could cast. Casting magic spell before the Visage empowers it. It goes to like 3 seconds. Yeah, but that's if you have 10 spells. You would typically only want one, right? If you're doing a totem build. So you have one, so technically 25%. Same spell, different gems. But then how would you... Oh, I'm not sure if that'll work. Can you do that? Same skill, 10 copies. If you could do that and abuse it, that would be insane. Talking out of my ass, sure, I do not think. Damn. Hmm. Maximum number of summoned totems. God damn it. Melee attack skills have a +1 to maximum number of summoned totems. I assume there will be something like this for the spell totem versions, yeah? Hmm. Unlimited number of summoned totems. What if you take Ancestral Bond? Oh. Fuck. The spirit is over here. Shit. Hmm. I wonder. I'm thinking. Should I try and stream at fucking 7 p.m. for the Game Awards? And make a meme on the Game Awards? Because these drops are there. XGD. If you want to, I might. Oh, I don't even know if we have time though, because we'll be making bread. So, yeah, I don't know if it'll be possible. I don't like that this. It's 30% less crit damage. Like, it's still very powerful. I guess without this, it would probably be way too powerful. We cooked the Align Fate. Uh-oh. What has been cooked? We can get so much quality, plus unset rings. 12 slots. Quality. Some modifiers on runes and idols are only available. Hmm. Quality from tree. Plus gems that give 10 quality. Plus 1 level. Oh. For the skill itself. My version of Spell Totem was better. 8 seconds. Why are these lines even here? You have to use 3 endurance charges. Or power charges, I guess. Never mind. Fine. Can it consume more than 3? I think so. Well, we're talking about power charges and endurance charges, so it can consume both. And you can get all of the upsides. Less cast speed, less damage. Huh. I wonder. Limit of 1 totem, so this can go up to 2. What other support gems do we put on totems? Wait, what? Hmm. Wait a minute. You can just use fucking Warbringer for totems as well. Hmm. We added cast on crit on top for more memes. What the fuck? Wait a sec. So I guess it's just two? Hmm. Wait a sec. So there's no need to consume mortar cannon. How? There's no need to consume fishy in USSR. Look at this bullshit. Just regular totems. You don't need to consume any charges. And then spell totem gets fucked. Oh. Oh, cool. So we're definitely gonna get these notables for spell totems, right? We have to. There's no fucking way. Not that it'll really matter though. Plus one attack totems, yeah. Six attack totems, man. Six attack totems is insane. Making Ancestral Bond like fucking useless. So you can get, technically you can get 7, right? Based on the ascendancy that you use. If it's attack totems. Hmm. Oh, this is updated. All right. Let's see. Babe, if you're still here, we need to start making the bread at 4 o'clock, yeah? At latest. Yeah, I'm still here. Okay, London. God damn it. Ugh. Wow. Wait, Dark Effigy is a spell totem. What the hell? Because I was thinking, maybe I end stream a bit early today. And then later on we go and watch the Game Awards. If we're not making bread. Though we're probably making bread. Let's be honest. That should be good. You think that'll work? Because the Game Awards are at 7 p.m. You should be able to, hopefully. Okay. Are you gonna stream through the Twitch drop event? Yeah, I might actually. If we end stream, like, basically now. We might. Okay. Well. I guess that will be it for now. We should be just waiting for bread to rise at that point. Okay. Not bad. Alright then. I guess I'll just start making bread now. In that case. Let us. Oh shit. I kind of want to raid Seki because he raided me last time, but I don't know if he's still going to be streaming for that long. Holy fuck, he's been going for 12 hours? Spirit stacking Dark Effigy with Incinerate Dart, Chaos Dart, ED Contagion. He's back on now. He's been on since he started, babe. He's been on for 12 hours. Holy shit, should just raid him. Maybe I should. Maybe I will. Yeah, that could be pretty damn good, the Rip Ride. To be honest, you don't even need an Ancestral Bond. You could just stack totems with items. So you get the amulet, overabundance. Oh, that's true. The fucking notables don't exist. So I guess at most you would be. Yeah. All right. Well, let's go raid Seki then. I know he's not playing PoE 2 or anything. He's playing Rise of the Ronin. But he's my favorite streamer. He raided us last time. So we will see you over there. No, I just got here. I'm sorry, clicker fishing. We'll try and stream on the Game Awards time at 7 p.m. So in, let's see, 4 hours from now, I guess we'll try and stream. We'll see what happens. We'll be back in 5 hours. Wait, it's 5 hours? It's not 4 hours? I thought it was 4. In 4 hours we'll be back. Okay. So it's 4 hours. Okay. Overabundance is difficult since you need Chaos Dot. Oh, does this... Oh, less skill effect duration. Oh, that's kind of cringe, isn't it? I think Ancestral Bond is the way to go. Oh, wait. No, overabundance doesn't really matter for Dark Effigy, because Dark Effigy is mainly for the hit damage, right? The chaos hit damage? Like, you don't really care about the dot. And you can get dot duration on your other skills that cause the dot. I think. Okay, well, that will be it for me, guys. I hope you guys all stay healthy, stay safe. We will see you in 4 hours. See you. See you then. Thank you for sticking around. I'll be lurking in Slinky's and Seki's channel. See you there. Bye-bye.